Good morning, Mark.
Hey, Tommy, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. I'm going to mute for a little bit. Thank you. I'll be back.
Me too. Thanks.
Good morning, Randy. I see you're connecting.
But did he just talk into it?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Paulina Hadley. Good morning,
Good
everybody.
morning. Good morning. I see you're connecting.
Yes, I was just checking if there was a delay or echo. Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Paulina. There it is again.
Hey, Randy, can you hear me?
I can.
I guess Randy.
Yes.
Where'd Randy go? Hey, so if we go into open, private session, whatever, I'm very bad on Microsoft meetings. So I may have to call you and put me on speaker or whatever.
Okay. But
Is that okay?
You have the link though on your calendar?
No, well, I may. Let me look. I'm looking now. Maybe.
It should be a reoccurring invite from Anna from 9:30 to 10:30.
Yeah, I see that. Yes, find a local number, blah, blah, blah.
So as long as you have that, you can, if you can't join the meeting through the link, you should at least be able to call into it. But otherwise, if needed, just text me and you can call me separately. We can put you on speaker.
Yeah, I see the call-in number here, the 872 or whatever it is. So good. My Apple does not like Microsoft Teams. I know. You have Windows. They like you.
I do. Yep.
Okay, I'm going to close out the calendar till then. All right. Okay, I'm going to go back on mute for a little bit. I'll be back. I can hear you. Thank you.
Good morning, Maggie.
Good morning.
Good morning, Miss Moran. I guess the only one we're lacking is Stiller. Yeah, I might text him. Okay, Stiller. I just texted Tom. The other Tom. Tom just texted almost there. I'm sure he knows it's Zoom. I just said it's Zoom. Hey, Anna, technical question. Are we going out to everything in the audience right now? Or are we just within our own community right this second?
It's live on YouTube right now.
Okay.
I didn't get that.
Okay,
Try
thank you.
again?
Thank you. Okay. And Randy, thank you again for reaching out to the community for more board members. Thank you.
Trying.
Yeah.
We're also waiting on the court reporter. Paulina, can you please look into that as well?
Anna, I will
Mhm.
try. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Here comes Tommy.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Stiller. We're still waiting on the court reporter, so we've got a few more seconds before we can officially start.
Okay, great. I've got a couple things to tend to here.
Are you going to be on camera today, Tommy?
Yeah, I'm working on that.
Okay, take your time. It's all good.
Dana Walker, by any chance, are you the court reporter?
Hi, this is Dana Fulton. I am the court reporter. I don't know why it says Walker.
Thank you.
Okay, where's my pen?
All right. There it is. Oh,
I think we're good.
success. Oh, I think. No.
Yeah, I can see you. I can hear you, Tom Stiller.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to get the docket
Yeah.
here. There we go. Now, if I can just keep up with the docket here.
I know. Open it up and then go to the attachments and then find the right one. It's a little bit of a challenge. I'm going to turn off my phone. Okay. Anna, you ready for us? We still need some more time? Ready to
We're ready.
go? Okay, great. To everyone in the Zoom audience this morning, I'd like to welcome you to the July 11. To everyone in the Zoom audience, I'd like to welcome you to the July 11, 2023 Board of Zoning Adjustment. I'd like to thank all city staff who have prepared items for us today. And I especially want to thank our fellow board members who take time out of this day to serve on this committee. Thank you to everybody. Anna, please confirm that city staff and the court reporter are ready to begin and explain the rules and procedures for this hybrid meeting.
Thank you. We do have all of the city staff who are going to give presentations online, as well as the court reporter. So now I'm going to describe the procedure for this now virtual meeting today. For everyone online, there are two categories of people who are participating in the meeting. We have attendees and panelists. So right now, the only panelists are city staff and members of the board. If you are an applicant or a citizen who wishes to provide testimony on a particular case, you're going to use the raise hand function when the chair calls your case, and this will let city staff know that you need to be promoted to a panelist position. There is a ribbon down at the bottom of your screen and has a little hand icon. This is what you're going to click to raise your hand to notify city staff. When that promotion happens, you will need to accept the promotion and it will appear like you've been disconnected from the meeting, but don't freak out. This is just you reconnecting the meeting as a panelist. If you're joining on the app, please change your username to your legal name. This helps us with the promotion process. And we understand that if you're calling on the phone that you can't adjust your screen name, but we still ask that when you want to provide public testimony, you hit the star followed by the number 9 sign. This will help indicate that you want to provide testimony similar to someone online. When you are promoted, please turn on your camera and your microphone so that the board can see and hear you when it's time for you to speak. And your microphone needs to stay muted or off unless if you are actually giving testimony at the appropriate time. For people who are providing public testimony, the following rules apply. So the BZA secretary or their designated representative is going to identify you when it is time for you to speak. Everyone is sworn in under oath to provide testimony, and you will be given 2 minutes of testimony if you represent like a single interest like yourself, or 5 minutes if you represent an established or verified organization like a neighborhood association, homeowner association, nonprofit, etc. You're going to hear an alarm when your allotted time is over, so please be respectful and wrap up once you hear that alarm. And we ask that there is no repetitive or irrelevant testimony provided. If you're going to admit exhibits for a particular case, you need to have those exhibits ready, like presentation, maps, photos, etc. Those you'll be able to share on your screen in this virtual format. If they have been admitted by the board, you will also need to email them to the assigned planner on the case for record keeping purposes. And this is a reminder that the chat box is only for questions about the agenda. Merits of the case will not be discussed in the chat box. And the Board of Zoning Adjustment may take breaks. Breaks may occur around 10:30, 12:30, or 3 if the meeting lasts past 2 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is it.
Thank you, Anna. Before we start to review the cases, I'd like to swear in all city staff members who are presenting or testifying today. If you're a city staff member and online, please turn on your camera and microphones to be sworn.
Stephanie Saldari.
Hold on,
Okay.
hold on, Steph. Hold on. You're good, but give me a second. Anna, do we see everybody up there?
Yeah, Connor just needs to turn on his camera real quick.
Okay. And Mr. Duddy, or do we worry about him yet?
We'll wait for Mr. Duddy if he ends up providing
There he
testimony.
is.
Oh, there he
I
is.
saw him. There he goes. Okay, staff members, please raise your right hand as I administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today? Anna, please call this roll call.
Joe Rexwinkle,
Joe Rexmickle, I do.
Andrew Clark,
Andrew Clark, I do.
Jim Duddy,
James Duddy, I do.
Stephanie,
Stephanie Saldari, I do.
Anna Naniski, I do, and Connor, your camera.
It's not letting me turn it on for some reason, but Connor Tomlin, I do.
That's it, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Hey, Anna, I'm going to turn this over to you to identify the continuances and or dismissals for today's docket.
Thank you. So docket item number 1, which I understand has been on our agenda for quite a long time. These are proposed amendments to the BZA's rules and procedures. Last time we had a PDF exportation issue that required us to continue, but since then we've identified maybe some new fixes that we want to make. So we are requesting a continuance for 2 months to allow for staff more time to prepare for that. We have a continuance for docket item number 4. This is case CD-BZA 2022-00010 for 5600 Nolan Road. It was continued last month to allow the applicant to resubmit plans so we can apply new variances to the case. That resubmittal did not occur. So we're requesting a continuance to August 8th. Then we have docket item number 5. This is case CD-BZA 2023-00035 for 5709 Troost Avenue. This was continued last time from the applicant as a request to prepare for the case. They have requested an additional continuance to prepare additionally. We are recommending continuance with fee since they informed us about that continuance at such a late hour after staff have prepared. We have docket item number 9. This is case CD-BZA 2023-00057 for 805 East 39th Street. This is a continuance to August 8th due to failure to post property sign. The continuance for docket item 11.5 was incorrectly inputted into the case above it, but it is for 11.5. This is case CD-BZA 2023-00079 for 136 Kensington Avenue. It's a request for a continuance to September 12th to allow for the applicant more time to prepare, as well as docket item 11.7, case CD-BZA 2023-00082 for 4037 Forest Avenue. Also a continuance to September 12th. And Mr. Chair, we have 1 dismissal. This is docket item number 3 for case CD-BZA 2023-00038 for 7420 Washington Street. It's a dismissal because there's no longer need for variances due to an ordinance passing that addresses the height to an accessory structure for an ADU. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Anna. Is there any public testimony in the Zoom audience for the continuances and or dismissals city staff has identified? Remember, we're not taking public testimony, just giving us input on these continuances and dismissals. Please raise your hand if you're in the Zoom audience and want to comment on these issues. Anna, you seen anybody out there?
Yes, I'm promoting everyone accordingly. We have 3 right now. The 4963 and Rock Hill Ridge neighborhood associations, you need to accept the promotion in order to provide public testimony. But those who are in order to provide testimony on the continuances is Megan, and then Sean, and then the 4963 and Rock Hill Neighborhood Associations. Megan can go first.
Okay.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning.
Hold on, give me a second, Megan. I've got to administer the oath. I'm going to like to do all three. So Megan, Sean, and 4963. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sean, turn on
Yes.
your microphone and/or camera. Thank you. And I see the Rock Hill Association is thinking about it. There he goes. So all three people in just a minute. There's Sean, there's Megan. 4963, can you turn on your camera, please? Is this right?
Yeah, I can't see. Sorry. I can't see. Yeah, it's.
They're trying.
Okay.
It won't allow us. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
4963 is saying they can't start the video.
Okay, that's fine. And before I administer the oath to everybody, you're commenting right this second on these continuances and or dismissals that were just identified. Is that correct?
Yes,
Megan?
Chairman. Yes, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. 4963, it's on the continuance and or dismissals, yes or no?
Yes.
I can. Okay, and Sean, same thing for you? Great.
Yes.
I'm going to administer the oath to you, please. Please raise your right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this hearing today?
Yes.
And please identify each person. So Megan, let's go with you first.
Yes, Megan Duma. I swear to tell the truth in these proceedings.
Yeah. Thank you. Sean, your microphone's off. Sean?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I lost
Sorry
your camera, but I can hear you. Do you want to say I do or I don't and state your name for the court report?
Sean Ackerson.
Thank you. And 4963, you're muted. There you go. Have your name and yes or no.
Ben Heinlein, yes, I do.
Okay, thank you, Ben, everyone. All right. Okay, let's start with Megan. What are you commenting on?
I think there's,
today?
sorry, Mr. Chair, I think there's one, this is Joe Rexmichael. I think there's one additional person that needs promoted, Steve Mitchell.
Okay.
I've sent the request for promotion. They just need to accept the promotion. I think we can move on, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, Megan, what cases are you commenting on today for us? Thank you.
The two, they're the short-term rental plaintiffs, the applicants, 11.5 and 11.7. I just need to make a clarification for the record.
All right, what's your clarification?
They did not request a continuance for more time to prepare. They requested a continuance because of the lack of notice they received prior to this hearing, and they both are out of state. One lives in Kansas City and is traveling with her foster children, and that is 11.5. And the other one is a California resident and couldn't get here in time to prepare with his attorney. But it's because they're out of the area. It is not because they are not prepared.
That's okay, Ms. Duma. So do noted on that. Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Sean, I see you next on the list. What's your comments on these cases and which one are you commenting about, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, this is in regards to the case for Bob's in motion. I was just wanting to clarify that that is in fact tabled and make the committee aware that there's a number of people that were online today to testify in regard to that case.
Is this the one on truce, 5709 truce, sir?
Correct.
Okay. All right. The client is the one who requested the continuance, and based on what the board decides, they're going to be charged a fee for that. So I apologize, but at least you didn't all trek down to City Hall. So I appreciate that. 4963, Rock Hill. Your comments, please, sir. There you
All
go.
right.
I can see
Hear
you.
me?
And what case are you commenting on today, sir?
So Chairman Mark, our is not good. I did not hear what you said or what Sean said.
Okay. Sean said that a lot of people came online today to testify on the Troost issue, 5709 Troost. And I apologize to him. At least they didn't make the trek downtown. This client, subject to the board's recommendation, will be charged a fee for making us move his case to next month. So what is that what you're commenting on, sir? And tell us your comments on today's case, on this case.
Yes, so a room, basically a community room that is represented by a combination of residents and KC.
He's frozen on my end. Is anybody else having that issue?
I have no audio.
Yes. I'm losing
Yes,
your
I am.
audio, sir.
So
Did you make those
we-
comments? Go ahead, make your comments again, sir. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so basically my research shows that the building was built in 1947 and occupied by a Southside appliance and television company in 1951.
Sir,
My
I've got to
understanding-
halt you there. I've got to halt you there. You're providing testimony on the case. All we want to hear today is your comments on the moving of the case to next month, which would be August 8th.
Very good.
Do you have any comments on that?
No, we'll attend August 8th then.
Right. I apologize again. The applicant wasn't prepared and we were prepared. You were prepared. So based on the committee, we're going to charge them a fee for us moving the case. Anna, do you see anyone else out there who needs to provide testimony on these continuances?
No, that is everyone who identified themselves.
Okay. Megan, Sean, and 4963, thank you very much for your comments, and we'll see you next month on this case. Thank you. All right. So board members, I'll entertain a motion, and remember that city staff had asked that in case number 35, we move that case to next month with fee. All the others were without fee.
Do we need to call these individually or can I call them as a group?
I think we call them as a group, Randy. The
Okay.
case is identified by Anna and reflecting the one that needs a fee. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, in cases docket items 4, 5, 9, of just all the items as identified by Anna, move that they be continued, and then docket item number 5 be continued with the fee.
Perfect. I've got a motion from Ms. Mixdorf. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Anna, please call the roll.
Gorence,
Yes.
Moran, Stiller,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Those are acted upon. Let's start down the docket with docket number 2, case number 10 with an address of 3255 Main Street. Anna, I'll let you take over at this point.
Thank you. This is case CD-SUP-2023-00010. This is for 3255 Main Street, a request to approve a special use permit for a drive-through restaurant within the Main Street Corridor Overlay District on about 1 acre, generally located at 3255 Main Street. And Mr. Chair, this was continued at the last meeting for the BZA to obtain more legal counsel. The applicant, Rouse Fretz White Goss, is online. I have promoted them. This is a reminder for anyone who also is a part of the applicant team or a member of the public who wishes to provide public testimony on the subject case to raise their hand online now, so we can identify you and promote you. Okay, hold on. Okay, Laura, I have identified you. You are being promoted. Jerry as well. And Mr. Chair, the applicant is also online. Depending on if you want me to proceed forward with the full presentation again or kind of start off where we left off last time, I'll take your direction. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we're kind of familiar with the case. Anna, thank you for offering to redo it. Board members, do you want to rehear what Anna had to say about the case? You guys okay? Yes, no? Everybody looks like they're shaking their head.
Good.
So that's affirmative. All right, so can the applicant and their team, who else do we have out here? I'm sorry, I see Rouse Fritz, Laura Burkhalter. Is there anyone else out there, Anna, that I don't see?
There's also a Jerry Riffle as a member of the public who wishes to provide public testimony.
All right, I see him. All right, Mr. Riffle, can you turn on your microphone and camera so I can swear everybody in? Thank you. And I see quite the team at Rouse. So let's kind of get everybody going. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? Let's start with Mr. Riffle.
I do.
And identify yourself one more time.
Jerry Riffle, Lathrop GPM, representing Midtown KC.
Thank you. Miss Laura?
I'm Laura Burkhalter, representing Midtown KC now and Southmoreland Neighborhood Association, and I accept this.
Okay. Yes, thank you. And Mr. Bryant, do you want to introduce your team there and have them identify themselves and the I do kind of thing, please?
Adam Brandenburg with McDonald's, Doug Ubbin with Phelps Engineering. Rochelle Biondo is also in the room. She's the paralegal with Rouse Fretz White Goss Gentile and Rose.
Thank you. And does everyone say I do on that?
I do.
Thank you. All right. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm just kind of paging through some things here on the case. Gentlemen, at the last meeting, we asked legal counsel from the city to give us some comments. Mr. Allegri, are you there? Hi, there you are. Thank you, sir. I can't hear you yet, but I'm sure you're there. There you go. Are you good?
We can't hear you, Elward.
Okay, I'm kind of looking at the staff report here myself. Howard, can you hear us? Yeah, there you go. There you go. Perfect. Can you say something? Make sure you're online with me.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can. Thank you very much. So we asked you last month for some comments. Maggie, do you recall some of these comments that we asked them for? I've got some notes here that I made.
Well, I think we need to go into closed session before we discuss those.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion that the board go into closed session pursuant to section 610.021 parens 1 for legal of the Missouri statutes for legal advice.
All right. Do I have a second to that?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. And remember, Mr. Stiller, you're not in on this case. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence,
Tom, Gorens.
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. So we're going to adjourn to closed session for legal counsel, and we'll be back as soon as we can. Thank you very much.
And I am in a hearing before the Board of Zoning Adjustment concerning a variance on Main Street for Midtown KC, period. Right now, it's looking like this might interfere with our 1030, period. I will keep you advised.
Jerry, your microphone's on.
Sorry.
There we go. All right, let me see if I've got everyone here. Stiller, Randy. All right, I'll take a motion to bring us out of closed session.
Raise my hand.
I move that we go out of closed session. I don't think I need to say the statute.
Okay, but I'll repeat it for you. Section 610.021 parentheses 1 of the KSMO code. I've got a motion. Do I have a second from somebody?
Second.
Second from Ms. Mixdorf. Anna, please call the roll.
Torrance,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We're back into open session. Mr. Bryant, there's an issue that came up. Last month, we had 5 members on the board. Ms. Crosby had to resign for business reasons. So now we're down to 4. To reestablish a quorum, we need to bring Mr. Stiller into the fold. That means he was not there last month to hear the case, so he needs to hear the case. As you know from our rules here, if we only hear the case with 4 board members, any negative vote will cause a denial of your case. If we bring Mr. Stiller in, it'll take him a month to bring up to speed. We can't do it today. Then we'll have 5 board members and you could possibly take a negative vote and still have your case approved. What say you on that?
We'd like the latter.
Latter meaning establish the quorum, yes?
Correct.
Or hear the case today with only 4? I think
No.
I heard you say you'd like to establish the quorum by bringing Mr. Stiller into the deal, yes?
Yes. We'd also
Okay,
like
perfect.
an opportunity to present to Mr. Stiller since he was unavailable at the last meeting and won't have the benefit of the testimony that's been previously given.
Yes, he will. He'll have all that testimony because we all record all our stuff. So he will review that whole video that we did last month, sir.
Okay.
And then he'll be brought up to speed. And then next month at our August 8th meeting, we will bring this case back before us.
Well, Mr.
And I
Chairman,
apologize for the delay. Ms.
Mr. Chairman,
Anna, were you saying something?
I have another question.
Yes, sir.
At our last meeting on, I believe it was June 13th, at the conclusion of the meeting, the board indicated that it would like the benefit of legal briefs from both parties. And on the question of whether or not this was a use variance. We have not had the benefit of being able to see what, if any, brief has been prepared by the city. If that question is going to be argued in closed session, we would like the benefit of the brief so that we have some knowledge of what the board's been told and can respond to it.
Our city attorney, can you turn on your microphone and comment to that?
Well, and I'd like to comment. This is Maggie Moran. I thought we just asked for a brief from you, Mr. Bryant. We generally don't have our city attorney give public legal advice to the board. So, and there is no real other side on this, as far as I know, unless some folks that are appearing here today are on the other side of this issue. I mean, we're not on the other side. We're the decision makers. So I don't think you'll be getting a brief from the board, but we would certainly like to see something from you so that we have all of your argument and any case law or anything else any authority that you feel we need to have.
We have filed a brief and it is has been uploaded to Compass. And
okay, we haven't seen that, so thank you.
And Mr. Bryant, it identifies the jurisdiction that this board would have on your particular case. Yes, sir, or no?
Yes.
All right. So I,
And-
along with Maggie and the other board members, have not seen that legal brief. And again, since you've asked to reestablish a quorum, I really can't take any other public testimony on this case or private from you, from the Rouse Fritz and the other people attending, Mr. Riffle and others, until we get the quorum. Because again, Mr. Stiller is not online at this. He was recused on this case this morning because of the situation. All right.
And for clarification, Mr. Chair, their document was emailed to me yesterday afternoon. So it is filed on Compass KC, but it did not meet the deadline to attach it to my staff report.
All right. So we will see that next month, Mr. Bryant.
Very well, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, board members, I think I would be in hearing a motion to move this case for 1 month with no fee to our August 8th docket.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Mixtor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Moran. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Gentlemen, we'll move this next month and we'll have a full quorum for us to hear. Thank you so much for attending. And Mr. Riffle and others on the committees, thank you for attending as well. And we'll see you next month.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. All right. Number 3 was the dismissal. Number 4 is continuance. Number 5 is
Mr. Chair, did
continuance.
we dismiss number 3? Because I don't remember doing that. The motion for
We did.
continuances just did not address number 3. So
I thought she did that. I thought, well, in any case.
no, she started with
I'm
number
fine.
4. I noted that. So,
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moran.
Mhm.
So let's see here. Board members, could I have a motion to dismiss docket number 38 with an address of 7420 Washington Street?
So can we confirm that? Is that correct, Anna?
That is correct. Number 4 needs to be dismissed.
You just said number.
Oh my God. Number 3. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Okay.
Whoa.
So
number 3, we didn't dismiss, I guess.
I had it written down on my list and I already had it crossed off. So I thought
Who cares? Let's go ahead and do it.
Not.
Yeah.
I'll move. I move that we dismiss docket item number 3, case number 38, for the reasons given previously.
Do I have a second, somebody?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Stiller, you're back on. Come on back on with us. All right. Anna, please call the roll.
Aye.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Stiller,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. That case is dismissed.
So now we're moving on to
And-
docket item number 6.
Go ahead.
We have
Anna?
case CD-SUP-2021-00010. This is a request to approve an extension to the expiration period for an approved special use permit on about 2.3 acres in the district DC-15. This is a downtown zoning district, generally located at 925 Grand Boulevard, to allow for a hotel within 150 feet of a boulevard. Andrew Clark is the staff planner attached to this project. Doug Stone is the applicant. I see him online and I'm promoting you now. Anyone who is also a part of the applicant team or a member of the public who wishes to provide public testimony, this is your opportunity to raise your hand on Zoom so city staff can admit you to provide public testimony. Mr. Chair, no one else has raised their hand and Doug Stone is connected.
Okay, great. It'll just take a second for me to get over to Mr. Stone. Good morning, Mr. Stone. Will you please raise Will you please raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
I do.
And please identify yourself for the court reporter.
My name is Doug Stone. I'm an attorney with Lewis Rice, and I represent the applicant.
Perfect. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 as part of your staff report. I admit those? Mr. Stone?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Sorry, I'm trying
shaking
to
your
switch
head.
screens.
I can't see you shaking your head. All right, those are admitted. Part of those is a presentation by city staff. Who's doing it? Is it Zach? Who's doing it? Oh, Andrew. Go ahead and present the case, please, to us. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Chairman Ebbets and fellow board members. I will share my screen. Before you today is docket number 6. This special use permit is at 925 Grand Boulevard. The applicant is requesting a 1-year extension to a previously approved special use permit. It is located in the heart of downtown. You can see here outlined in yellow at the intersection of 10th and Grand Boulevard. Because it's on a boulevard, hotel uses require a special use permit, which is why this was previously heard. The applicant did get this project approved on July 13th, 2021. They are asking for a 1-year extension. And you saw a similar case, I believe, at the last hearing from Anna, 88525-12. The board is able to grant an expiration or a 1-year adjustment according to the code. And that concludes my presentation. I'm sure Mr. Stone has more information for you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clark. I appreciate that. Mr. Stone, this is the old Federal Reserve Bank, and why should we approve your request for an extension, sir?
Well, sir, thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning. These deals are hard. And this was a historic rehab of a pretty important structure. We're trying to continue to put financing in place. We've had a number of challenges. We're now finally coming out of a COVID environment that stalled a lot of hotel projects. We're seeing a little more activity now. This is a very public meeting, and so I'm trying to be cautious about what I say and what I don't say. But what I would say is that this has already been approved. It's part of a city incentivized project. We have 1 more year to pull the trigger, and if we don't, then we're out. But we would ask that you give us this opportunity to continue to try to put this package together. I can tell you under oath that we're talking to a number of different people. We're not sitting on our hands. We've some things have developed recently that I can't really say in this forum, but I will say to you that I think there is a reason to continue this for another year. And if it turns out that the client isn't able to put the package together, then in a way it's, we own it. So it's no harm, no foul to, give us the remaining opportunity if the code allows in the event of an extension. And so I think that was all one sentence. There might have been a comma in there somewhere, but we would appreciate the opportunity to get, try to still put this together. And so we would ask for your support for this extension. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. Anna, was there anyone in the audience who was either support or opposition to this extension?
No, no one has identified themselves on Zoom to provide public testimony.
Thank you. And fellow board members, do you have questions of Mr. Stone and or city staff? Okay. Seems pretty straightforward, Mr. Stone. I know it takes a while to put these deals together, and that's a beautiful building, and hopefully it will work out at some point. So,
yes.
Board members, anybody you want to put forth a motion or further questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
I would move in docket item number 8, case number 11, that the board grant the applicant's request for a 1-year extension.
Good. I have a motion. Do I have a second from someone?
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorence. I think I heard. Thank you. Anna, please call the roll.
Gorence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Stiller,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye. Your motion is approved, Mr. Stone. Good luck with the project, and we'll hopefully see something going in down there, sir. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Miss Anna?
Now we're moving on to docket item number 7. This is case CD-BZA 2023-00046, a request to approve a variance to the rear setback plus any other necessary variances on a lot zoned R1.5. This is residential zoning on about 0.07 acres, generally located at 2331 Park Avenue. Stephanie Seldari is the staff planner attached to this case, and we have the applicant, who is Braden. I'm not even going to pronounce their last name because I will butcher it, and that would make me feel sad. They are online, and the owner has provided their consent to have Braden represent them in this matter. The document is attached to Compass KC. This is an opportunity for anyone who is a member of the public who wishes to provide public testimony on this particular case to raise their hand in Zoom now. As a reminder that once public testimony has started, no future members will be admitted. Mr. Chair, no one else has raised their hand, and Braden is connected.
Hello, Mr. Braden. Thank you for coming online with us today, and help me out with your last name, sir.
It's Kapravica.
Kapravica. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that understanding. Sir, there's a list. First of all, I've got to swear you in. And so raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
I do.
Thank you. One more time, could you say your name for the court reporter?
Braden Kapravica.
Thank you, Mr. Kapravica. Sir, as part of your staff report today, there's a list of administrative exhibits found on page 3, labeled 1 to 9, that we need to admit to hear your case today. Do we have your approval to do that?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by city staff. Miss Stephanie, I believe, is our presenter today. So Stephanie, tell us about this case.
All right. Well, good morning. Here, let me go share my screen. All right. Can you see the PowerPoint? Oh, wait, no.
Not yet. There we go.
Right. Perfect. All right. So good morning. This is docket item number 7, CD-BZA 2023-00046. So it is located on 2331 Park Avenue, zoning R1.5, and the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the rear setback plus any other needed variances. Okay, let's see. Hope it's not, one sec. There we go. Okay, so the subject site is located over here, kind of in the middle of Kansas City. Here is bird's eye view. It's right on Park Avenue in East 24th Street. And here is another bird's eye view, kind of showing where the deck will be located. So according to the lot and building standards for residential areas in R-1.5, the rear setback has to be 25% of the lot, which for this lot would be about 32 feet, or a maximum of 25 feet. However, they only have about 15 feet from their property line to the back of the house. And here is another site plan provided by the applicant, also showing the deck is going to be about 8 feet long. So leaving about 10 feet. And sorry, I misspoke. There is about 18 to 20 feet from the property line to the house. So with that, the applicant would not have a lot of room to meet the setback requirements. So here is another site plan of what the deck is gonna look like. It's gonna be about a 2-story deck, I believe. Yes, with some stairs, and here's another side view. And so the variation is about 10 feet. No change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated, and the difficulty cannot be obviated by another method because without the variance, the deck cannot be constructed at all. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions of Ms. Stephanie?
Yes.
Mhm.
Could you show us a map that has a little more context? I was curious if the lots to the north, if they all have a lot behind them, or if it's just this corner lot that has that lot between
Yeah.
the alley and.
Yeah, let me share my screen again and show you our parcel viewer.
So then, Mr. Chair, will add the excerpt from parcel viewer as exhibit 10?
10?
If I'm wrong,
Yes.
Stephanie?
Yeah.
We're on 10. Yeah. So thank you. That is admitted.
Okay. So yeah, so this is the home that's seeking the variance. And so here are the other lots.
Okay, I see that. Thank you. So that those two lots are affected, which sort of leads me to a question for the applicant. And I can't see the name with when you're sharing. But I was wondering if the applicant has any knowledge of how that lot ended up between you and your neighbor's lot there to the north. How did that lot get there?
You know, I don't know. I know that the property owner he's had that lot for a long time, because I've potentially looked at maybe buying that down the road. He's in Chicago. I think he's owned it for 30 plus years. So I don't know. We've only owned this property for about 6 months. So I don't have, I mean, I always pull up the history on all the lots around us anyway. But yeah, I don't know why they would split that lot like that.
Okay, understood. Have you had a chance to reach out to any of the, abutting or adjacent neighbors for comments?
Yes, I've talked to the property owner to the north of us, and potentially I've already made an offer to him to buy his duplex next, just north of ours. And I don't know, they have a 2-story deck constructed just like ours. Ours is going to be a little bit smaller. But that's all I know about that property.
Okay, thank you.
So Mr. Stiller kind of asked you already, Mr. Koprivica, tell us why we should approve your case today, sir.
I'm just looking to be able to provide egress for safety for the 2nd-story unit and the 1st-story unit to have rear exit. And it's just a functionality. I had my engineer draft a plan that was the most efficient, smallest version of the deck to be able to be within code and present to the board.
Okay. And I think Mr. Stiller asked already, no neighborhood opposition?
No neighborhood opposition to my knowledge.
Yeah. All right. Board members, any more questions of him?
I would offer a motion.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Go ahead.
In case number 46, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion for Ms. Mixdorf. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second for Mr. Stiller. Anna, please call the roll on this.
Gorence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Stiller,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
and Devitt.
Aye. Your motion is approved. Mr. Kopervika, good luck with your project and the owner. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Let's see here.
Okay.
How we doing? How we doing on time, Anna?
I think we can do one more case before we take a break, if that's okay with you.
Okay. Good with me.
Okay, so now we're going to hear docket item number 8. This is case CD-BZA 2023-00054, a request to approve variances to the infill residential lot and building standards, plus any other necessary variances in a zoning district R 1.5. This is for 4405 Virginia Avenue. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner attached to this case, and the applicant and property owner is Sarah Ladd. They are online. This is a reminder for any members of the public who wish to provide public testimony on this particular case to raise their hand now, so we can promote you. Once public testimony has begun, no further members will be admitted. We've got Bill and Sean and a Doug. You must accept the promotion. The applicant is connected, Mr. Chair. So is Sean and Doug. No one else has raised their hand.
All right, great. Give me a second, Mr. Drummond. Bill, hold on. And so we have Sarah Ladd, who's the applicant. And who's the other two? I see Mr. Drummond. I don't see the other one. Doug Schaefer, is that him?
That is correct.
Mr. Schaefer, can you turn on your camera and microphone, please? To be sworn in. I see somebody else lighting up here.
Did I get them on?
So far, I see
Am I on
Sean, Doug. Yeah, give me a second.
Yep.
Sarah.
Bill, Sarah, Sean, and Doug, they are all connected and their cameras are on, Mr. Chair, ready to administer the oath.
Be sworn in. Okay, thank you. Sarah, be sure you turn on your microphone while I administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this hearing today?
I do, Sarah Ladd.
Thank you. Mr. Drummond?
I do.
No, thank you. And state your name for the court reporter, sir.
Bill Drummond, Manheim Park Neighborhood Association.
Thank you. Mr. Schaefer?
Yes, I do. I'm the president of the Historic Manheim Park Neighborhood Association.
Great. And could you state your name one more time?
Doug Schaefer.
Thank you, sir. And Sean?
I do, Sean Flandemeyer. I'm actually presenting on behalf of Elevate Design Plus Build.
Okay, great. And all right. Let's see here. And Ms. Ladd, you're speaking on behalf of the case today, right?
I'll speak on behalf of the case, Chairman.
Oh, you are?
Yes.
Okay, great, Sean.
With the paperwork. Thank you, Sarah.
Okay, no worries. Sean, as there's a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case that we must admit. They're, excuse me, they're labeled 1 to 9 and found on page 3 of the staff report. Do we have your permission to enter those for your hearing today?
Yes.
Great, those are admitted. Part of that is a staff presentation by Mr. Tomlin. Connor, please tell us about the case today.
Good morning, board members. Today we've got CD-BZA 2023-00054 at 4405.
You're not sharing your screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. Give me just a second here. Can you guys see that?
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay, CD-BZA 2023-00054 at 4405 Virginia Avenue. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the infill lot and building standards to allow for a driveway. This driveway will require an additional variance to allow it to be 18 feet in width. This is the rough location of the area from our parcel viewer map. This is a closer look. The lot in question is outlined in yellow. This is their site plan for the lot. This was a picture that was provided to me of a similar design that was done elsewhere. And there will be two variances for this. The first variance would be to the infill vehicular use standards to permit a driveway on the subject site. The second variance would be to the infill vehicular use standards to permit that driveway to be more than 12 feet in width. What is proposed is 18 feet in width, which is a 6-foot deviation from what the code allows. And with that, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Let's see here. Why should we approve your case today, Mr. Sean?
I think Sarah had an additional presentation that we could share, but a couple reasons. One, we have built this home 2 times in Manheim Park, and we find that people really enjoy the design elements. Plus, it does create a space for gathering. While we haven't achieved the maximum front porch area that we'd like, it does also create a gathering space for people under that carport. In addition, if you look at the context area, I think one fallacy of the infill ordinance is creating the 200-foot context area only on one side of the street. And when you consider the context area of this location in our presentation, which I don't know if Sarah can pull it up, but we've also built another home across the street that has a driveway already. It was prior to the infill ordinance. In addition, we have a brand new home to the right of this lot that has a full driveway. So,
and stand by just for a second, Sean.
Yes, sir.
So we're going to admit this looks like pictures and such from Sarah as exhibit number 10.
Yeah.
And Miss Sarah, if you wouldn't mind sending that to the city planner after we've seen it, so that can be part of your staff report.
I believe Connor should have it. It was in our initial submission.
Yes, I do have this PowerPoint already.
All right. But that as an exhibit, do we need to admit that? I think we do. So
Yes, we still need to admit it.
okay. All right. So that's number 10. And I apologize for interrupting, Sean. Please go ahead.
No problem. Thank you, Chairman. If you could go back to the presentation, Sarah. So show slide 2, just review the outline of the driven hardship. You've already reviewed that within the city meeting. The next slide is really a better picture of the context area. Sarah, if you could go to the next slide. So what's happened is across the street, we've also built the home at 4402 Virginia as well. So really what I see in this place is that it's impeding the traffic and parking because of the consideration of all the parking in that context area. Josiah Swanson, he's not on this call, but he lives to the left of 4402, also has a driveway. And so ultimately what happens is we're limiting parking that's from the context area prior to the new rule, considering the new things that have been built in the interim while you guys were changing to the new infill ordinance. And ultimately, I believe that this home still is a great statement piece to the neighborhood. We have a beautiful Blanket 4247 that people enjoy, and I've heard great comments from. So I'd hate to see that the new infill ordinance would prevent this home from being built at 4405 Virginia.
All right. Board members, do you have questions of Sean before I take testimony from the other people? Or Ms. Ladd?
So the intent with this driveway width is to have 2 cars be able to park side by side, correct?
Correct. And it still meets the prior to the infill ordinance, it would still not exceed the percentage of lot impervious lot coverage. So again, we've already built this plan on the 50-foot lot, and the photo that you see at 4427 was built on the neighboring street on Tracy. So
Ms. Ladd, I see some other pictures or other slides in the PowerPoint. Do you want, there you go. Yeah. All right.
I would
Is
like to
that-
add that the carport would not need its own variance, as the it extends as a continuation of the roof of the primary structure. Therefore, it counts as the primary structure.
In the beginning,
Thank
we
you,
were told
Mr.
that we
Tillman.
would need one. So that's why we kind of prepared for one.
Okay. Thank you.
A question for the applicant. So you've got, I guess, two variances we're looking at. One is to allow a driveway, I think, to begin with, and then secondarily, the width of it. So I'm curious as to why the 18-foot width. You know, a typical driveway in a suburban residential development with lots of land is only 16 feet wide.
I mean, I would actually, that may be a general rule, but I build homes in the suburban neighborhoods as well, and typically they're wider than the 16 foot. Really, the width of the driveway attaches to the design of the home, where we need to have the driveway extend all the way to that pier on the very right side to hold up the roof. And then we stop the concrete at that storage, the double door storage that you see there in the photo.
So it's a design consideration.
Yeah.
Fitted into the context of the home.
And I wouldn't want to stop short of the post. Should try to, it just stays more contiguous design by keeping it 18 feet wide.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's hear from some of the other people. Just because I see you lit up, sir, Mr. Drummond, your comments?
Yes, sir. First off, I'd like to thank the developer, Elevate. They made a commitment to our neighborhood, and they are contributing a substantial amount of money to our neighborhood's development. So not only are they desirable as a developer, but they are integral to our neighborhood development at this time. We also have a priority in Manheim Park to increase the density, residential density of the area. And this would allow us to continue on that path of getting back to the density that Kansas City used to have and that our neighborhood would benefit from. About parking in particular, the streets, as you know, from every neighborhood in the city are getting overcrowded with vehicles. Anything we can do to alleviate that would be a net positive. And the way that Elevate does this with their new design works very well with maintaining the character of our neighborhood. So I thank you for considering all that.
All right. Mr. Schaefer, I think you're next.
Thank you. My name is Doug Schaefer, and I'm the president of Historic Manheim Park Association. And I'm in favor of the developer's proposal. I think it does a good job of facilitating infill development that we need in Manheim Park. I'd also point out that this particular site has a dramatic change in elevation from Virginia Avenue down to the Paseo, and so a curb cut or driveway in the back of the house would be particularly problematic on that hill. In any case, I feel like this is an appropriate design that fits with the purpose of the neighborhood association to see infill housing created.
All right, thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Sarah, I know you're kind of the slide person. Do you have any other comments you'd like to make?
No, I just want to say thanks to Bill and Doug. Those are really kind words, and we appreciate that.
Okay, great. All right. And Mr. Sean, so the house is not sold to anyone yet. It's just going to be built and then put up for sale. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Another question for the applicants. Have you spoken to the abutting property owners and property owners, adjacent property owners regarding the project? And if you had any negative comments?
No, they just couldn't attend today because of work. We built the home next door for Juan and Tracy Tab. And the interesting story is that Tracy's named Tracy because she grew up on Tracy, moved to Blue Springs for 20 years, and then moved back and moved next street over on Virginia. She's definitely in support of this new home because I think it's beautiful and its locations currently. And then Josiah Swanson is a current resident that lives across the street. He was excited to see that we'd be building another new home. He is listing his home now, and he has seen, our benefits from our development. He'll still be living nearby in the neighborhood, but he is still excited to see what we'll produce there on the corner of 44th and Virginia.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, can I provide some clarifications about the code?
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Anna. Go ahead.
So the infill residential standards does not prevent a home from being built on this lot. It just prevents the driveway from being constructed due to the residential context area. And what is considered in the residential context area is, described in the code. City staff cannot consider anything outside of that context area, just purely in the analysis of the code, thus the request for the variances today.
All right. Thank you for that clarification, Anna. All right. Anyone else? Anybody?
I would offer a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Go ahead.
I will also note, I do appreciate you taking the time with the design to not do a standard garage as well, finding a way to kind of balance some of the historic character of these neighborhoods that maybe doesn't look as typical as a suburban development. So I do appreciate you taking that effort in this area. In case number 54, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have someone to second that?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller. Anna, please call the roll.
Gorence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
And Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved, sir. Good luck with it. And at this point, I think we're going to take a, what do we need? 15 minutes, Anna? Is that normal?
Yes, please.
Okay,
All right.
15 minutes.
Thank you,
We'll be back in.
Madam Clerk as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, sure. Thank you for testimony. All right, we're on break.
There's a whole bunch more people that are paid in and never collect a penny. Giving more funds into the system.
Yeah, that's, we're talking cutting.
Hey, Doug Schaefer. You are not.
Cutting Social Security benefits, which, I can't remember the
I
portion.
don't think we got him.
What of our national debt is owned by the Social Security.
Doug Schaefer.
Yeah, which is, and
Doug Schaefer.
Board members, I think that Anna may be able to mute them on her end, so I will go catch her and ask her to do that.
Thank you, Joe.
it's not on here. I don't know how to, maybe at least I can get it.
Feel like eavesdropping.
Yeah.
The implications that say $700 billion. I don't know what is that annual? Couldn't be annual, but could be. I had read something years back that Social Security would be solvent.
Okay, we got everybody back. Let's see here, staff, who are we missing? Nobody.
I think we're ready.
Yeah, I think we are. All right, Anna, you're in charge for the next case.
We've got docket item number 10. This is CD-BZA 2023-00062. This is a request to approve a height variance for an accessory structure plus any other necessary variances on an R6 zoning district lot. This is a residential zoning district on about 0.13 acres, generally located at 22 East 69th Terrace. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner attached to this case. The applicant is Mike Schumacher and the property owner, Charles Livers.
Livers,
sorry. If you are the applicant or the property owner, both need to be in attendance. The time is now to raise your hand. I see Mike. If you are a member of the public who wishes to provide public testimony on this case, the time is now to raise your hand on Zoom so we can admit you. Friendly reminder that once public testimony has begun, no other members will be admitted. So we have Brad. No one else has raised their hand, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
I had submitted affidavit to represent Mr. Livers, and I sent that with the affidavit for the sign posting. And so I had thought I had submitted that to be his representative.
Okay.
Yes, that is correct. That should be on Compass KC.
Okay, perfect. Sir, would you mind raising your hand to be sworn? And again, I'm trying to get up the staff report. Just give me a quick second here too to get me there. Sorry, I've got to look at you now. Sorry, I'm looking at you. There you are. Do you mind raising your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this hearing today?
I do. Mike Schumacher.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. And all right. Sorry, just give me a quick second here. Brad, are you part of this case? Sorry. Is Brad Dykeman?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I'm with the Armor Hills Home Association.
Okay, so you heard me swear Mr. Shoemaker in. If you're going to give testimony, can you say I do and state your name for the court reporter?
I do, and Brad Dykeman.
Okay, and Armor Hills or Armored Field, sir? Which one?
Armor Hills.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, Mr. Shoemaker, since you're speaking on the case, there are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 found on page 3 of the staff report. We need to admit those in order to hear your case. Do you have a problem with us admitting those?
No.
Great, those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Miss Stephanie on your case. Stephanie, the floor is yours. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chairman. All right, so this is case docket item number 10, case number CD-BZA 2023-00062, located on 22 East 69th Terrace, R-6 zoning. And the applicant is seeking approval for variance to the height of an accessory structure, a variance to the allowed square footage of the accessory structure, plus any other needed variances. So the subject site is located in southwestern Kansas City. Here is an overview right on East 69th Terrace. And this structure will go in the back corner over here, if you can see my cursor. So here is the site plan. So currently there is an existing detached garage up on the right upper corner. And the applicant is planning on demolishing it and building a new structure. It will not be a garage anymore. Instead, it'll be a solarium. So here is another site plan, just the side view of the structure. So currently, so city code allows for accessory structures to be up to 10 feet in height, and this structure will be about 14.5 feet in height. Here is just another view of the proposed structure. This will be the inside, what the inside will look like. And then this is what it's going to look like at the end once it's built. So this is the current condition right now. Just a few more pictures of like the back and side of the structure of the current detached garage. And so the variance for the height to the accessory structure, we're looking at a 4.5 foot variance. There is no change to the neighborhood anticipated, and this cannot be obviated by a change in design due to the fact that the current structure sits at around 230 square feet, and they're planning on building it to the exact square footage. And for the second variance for, oh, sorry, I got ahead of myself. So just repeating myself, basically we got the building footprint is going to be a 30 square foot variance. Again, no change to neighborhood is anticipated. And the original structure is 230 square feet. So they're planning to build it to that exact square footage. And that concludes the end of my presentation.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Does board members have any questions of city staff on the case? All right, Mr. Shoemaker, why should we approve your project today, sir?
And I just to make a clarification, we're not trying to tear down the whole thing. We're keeping the existing foundation, and so that same footprint and as much of the walls as possible. With the roof extension, I don't know how much of that existing roof is going to be able to stay, but the idea was to stay within the existing footprint and to keep as much as possible. And just so that we're not trying to increase the size and that was one of the issues with this was it was a garage, but now there's not a driveway, so it can't be a garage. Is it a shed? And that's where the square footage part, we are over from it changing to a garage type structure to a shed. That's where that square foot variance came in. So it's really an adaptation of an existing structure and in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. On the backside, there's a shared detached garage, and on the west side, I believe there's another one. So there really is almost a little compound there, a very nice little courtyard that it makes in keeping this structure as it is as much as possible.
All right. So you're not really rebuilding the garage, or you just want to use the same footprint of the concrete pad that's inside the garage? Is that right, sir?
Right. And then having to, once we start digging in and getting a little more into it, I mean, with the openings that will be, because right now there's just the garage door opening, and we'll be opening it up to get as much light in there as possible. So those walls will be removed. And like I said, with extending the roof up, that will need to, the structure there will get replaced, but we're going to hopefully keep as much of it as possible.
All right. Before I ask Mr. Dykeman to speak, board members, do you have any questions of Mr. Shoemaker? Nope. Mr. Dykeman, tell us what the Homes Association has to say about this.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I've been instructed by the board to let the council know that they believe that the structure and the architectural design of it as a whole doesn't fit in with the neighborhood as a whole. And they just think it would change the look of the neighborhood by having a higher structure or higher additional structure on the property, and just the overall look of having the additional glass on the front of the house, on the front of the structure itself. And so that's their position on it. But you vote as you see fit.
All right. Well, thank you for your testimony on that. And quick question, again, you said you were Armor Hills, right? Homes Association. Is that the one that goes east of Warnell Road?
Correct.
Is that the one that goes?
That's east.
Yeah, I always get Armor Hills and Armor Fields.
They're very confusing. Yep.
All right. All right. Thank you for your testimony on that.
Mr. Schumacher? Oh,
Go
sorry.
ahead. Go ahead. No, please.
Has there been any other comments from the adjacent neighbors about this, either to the east or west?
There has not been, to my knowledge. And it's not part of the scope of this project, but I know that because they've really abandoned the driveway. They park in the front, but there's actually a gate there now where the driveway used to be, that will be a visual barrier as far as looking from the street to the backyard. That's not identified on the drawings, but I didn't know about the objection until now.
All right.
I have a question. What's necessitating that roof angle? The roof angle is what's increasing the height, and what's necessitating?
It's an extension of the existing roof, and it's to get more light into the structure to open it up. I mean, we had different options where it was just a shed, which opened it up more, but that seemed to, that didn't fit. The client wasn't the one that appealed to them, but we had looked at different options, but this is the one that did.
And you mean a shed roof, right? When you're saying that? Yes. For clarification. Yeah.
In trying to increase the amount of light coming in with it being, that's part of this too, is the definition of it. Is it a shed? It's not a garage. Is it a shed? We call it a solarium because that's what they intend. To have an outdoor space that's inside, outside, that can be, the deck and patio is right there. So that's the intent of the structure, is to have that as a outside living space.
Have you talked to the neighbors behind you? It seems like those are the ones who are going to see it the most.
Well, and that's the neighbor. So directly behind them, there is a garage that straddles the property line, so part of it is on one. So it's like a 3-car garage on the back side of their property that spans 2 properties. So that's another unusual situation in that whole bit of the neighborhood. Because if you can pull back up the site or the area.
Yeah, let me get that. All right, so yeah, this is the neighbor behind them, and this is the garage that, as you can see, the blue line is the property line that's going over both lots.
And then to the west, there's another detached garage. And so that kind of makes a little courtyard with their existing one right now.
So guessing the neighbor behind you has a shared easement driveway while you have a private driveway for yours. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna stop sharing.
Okay, thank you. Wait, I'm going to scroll down here just for a second to see what this thing looks like. So there's no garage for this address, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Or that this was at one time the garage. I mean, it has a
Yes.
garage door. It was been used as a shed, but there hasn't been a car in it for, I mean, the
Right.
era that the garage was built wouldn't fit a modern car.
Right. We've approved a lot of garage cases in Armor Hills and Armor Fields over the years. And I know these are older homes that had smaller cars back in those days, so I understand that. Board members, any other questions or concerns on this Livers edition?
I would offer a motion.
Yes, please. Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf.
In case number 62, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Stiller. Anna, please call the roll.
Corrance,
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Stiller,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye. Good luck with your project, sir. It's been approved. And Mr. Dykeman, thanks again for offering testimony to us today. We appreciate you and the Homes Association coming before us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, now we're going to start on a group of companion cases, but I'm going to call each of them individually. So we have docket item 11.1. This is case CD-BZA 2023-00068. This is an appeal case related to a short-term rental at 17 short-term rental application, excuse me, at 1704 Jefferson Street. Megan Duma is the legal representative for this particular property. Joe Rexwinkle is the staff planner attached to the case. Megan is promoted and connected. This is the opportunity for any members of the public who wishes to provide public testimony on this particular case to raise their hand on Zoom now. As once public testimony has begun, no additional members will be admitted. No one else has raised their hand, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
could I have just a couple of minutes?
Yes.
Thank you.
So we'll pause the meeting for a few
Yeah.
seconds here.
I'll be right back.
Go ahead, Tom. Sure. Thank you.
All right, thank everyone.
Okay, sure. All right. So I've got to get back in mode here. So we've called the case, and who's speaking on the issue today, Anna? Oh, Megan Duma, Miss Duma. Sorry, I've got to look at you again. There you are. You've been sworn in on a different case, but I've got to swear you in on this case. Do you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you. State your name again for the court reporter.
I do. Megan Duma.
Thank you, Ms. Duma. Before we begin, there are a list of exhibits that I must admit labeled 1 to 12 in this case. Do you have a problem with us admitting those for us to hear your case today?
I do not.
Okay, great. Those are admitted. Part of that is a staff presentation by Mr. Rexwinkle. Joe, go ahead and take over at this point.
Good morning, members of the board. Thank you. I'm going to, my presentation is one presentation for all cases, but what I'll do in this particular case is I'll go through the first few slides that just talk about the STR program to familiarize you guys with what the ordinance was. And then I'll just go through the slide that pertains to this property after that.
Perfect.
And my apologies, if we do want to read all of them into the record, we can do that.
And
Okay.
I would just say, like Joe, I have something that applies to everyone that would save the board time if I can speak generally to everyone, but we acknowledge that it applies to each individual case. Does that make sense?
It does, but we'll let Joe go first, and then we'll let you kind of come in with your exhibits. Thank you.
But Evans, does that change if Anna needs to introduce all the cases, or are we still maintaining them as separate?
I kind of feel we need committee members. What's your thoughts? I kind of feel like each one needs to go separately. I don't know, Joe, your comment?
I don't think that it matters too much because you have different case numbers and docket numbers and would have different motions, but I would defer to
Can we
the
make
rest
that?
of the
But if this is going to apply to all of the cases, it won't be in the record on the different cases unless they've been called and you're hearing them all at the same time. So if each one gets appealed, the cases that don't have this presentation won't have that record. So it kind of seems like you ought to call them all.
And I would also ask if we have to go one by one, I'm certainly going to need more than the 5 minutes that we spoke about at the beginning of this meeting. I would ask for, at the very least, the 15 minutes per that was on the notice of the hearing. I was even going to move the board for 30 minutes because we really have to preserve our record here before you. We're already in litigation in federal court on this issue. And so the record becomes really important.
Yeah, so I think we need to call them all, and then we can consider each one individually and have a vote on each one individually. But I think the record needs to be clear that we're hearing evidence on all of them right now.
And when you say that, that's including the ones that were set for continuance?
No, we have 10 more coming at you in September, and we can do this all again then.
Yeah,
Okay.
we've already continued those, so.
Okay, oh, yeah. Thank you, Maggie. Yes, we did. So we're talking about 11.1 through 11.4.
And
11.6 as well.
Yeah.
And 11.6.
So Anna, do you want to call all of the cases?
Thank you,
then?
Joe.
Or Joe?
Yeah, I can do it. So we're gonna discuss 11.1. This is case CD-BZA 2023-00068 for 1704 Jefferson Street. Docket item number 11.2. CD-BZA 2023-00070 for 3903 Central Street. 11.3. CD-BZA 2023-00072 for 4442 Harrison Street. 11.4 for CD-BZA 2023-00074 for 20 East 32nd Street. And 11.6 CD-BZA 2023-00080 for 2 Jansen's Place. As a reminder, this is appeal case related to short-term rental applications on all of the subject sites that I had just listed.
Thank you for that. Anna, each one of these has a different representative. Ms. Duma, of course, is listed for the first one on Jefferson, but we see
So
a
the
bunch of others.
property owner and the applicant is listed per the docket. Then it came to staff's information on Thursday that Miss Megan was representing all of them. And she's an
Okay, thank you.
attorney.
Perfect. Yes, I knew that. So thank you very much for that information, Anna. All right. So Joe, I think we're back to you again after we've admitted all those cases. Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
So briefly, appeals generally are, sorry, this is a lot on my screen, little screen here. Okay, so you have 7 on the docket. Of course, 2 were continued. So you have 5 appeal cases that are up for consideration right now that Anna has called. All of the appeal applications are the appellant is appealing the notice provided to them that their pending short-term rental application was switched to a denied status in Compass KC. Some of these were switched on May 24th and some were switched on May 31st. And I'll go through why those dates matter in just a moment. All are appealing or have filed an appeal application under section 88-575, which provides that the board is to grant to staff a presumption of correctness. And then the burden is placed upon the appellant to demonstrate that staff made an error when we applied the code. The board may sustain an appeal only if it finds that staff made an error. And then in this case, when that happens, the board may modify or reverse staff's decision. If the board finds that staff made no error, then it must affirm staff's decision. Administrative decisions generally, so short-term rental applications, all of them that would be appealed to the board are the ones that are approved administratively. As you guys know, you saw special use permits for short-term rentals, and if someone wanted to appeal those, it would of course not have been to under 575 to this board, it would be to a different entity. So we're only talking about the administrative approvals for short-term rentals. And this slide here is just to give you an idea of what the process is for staff to review an administrative application. We have 18 different types. That includes the 4 types of short-term rentals. Whenever someone files an application, we undergo a quality control review of their application to determine that we have everything we need to conduct a formal review. Essentially that it's a complete application. That is a 10-day turnaround or review period. And then there's a formal review period after the application passes quality control review. And unlike a lot of cases that come to the Board of Zoning Adjustment or the City Council or City Planning Commission, with an administrative one, the formal review continues and repeats as often as needed until we are able to approve the application. The only exception to that is if it's evident based upon what has been filed that we would not be able to approve it. For example, if someone filed a application for a use that was prohibited by zoning, we have no authority to approve that, so we would deny that application. But if we're just talking about insufficiencies with the application or resubmittals that are needed, that would continue until we get to a point where we're able to approve it. The review status is important because that is what triggered the notifications to the applicants that they are appealing. There's 2 types of statuses that may get referred to in these hearings, so I want to explain what those 2 mean. There are plan statuses which are applied to the overall application. So when a variance comes before this board and you all grant the variance, then that status on that variance plan changes to approved. So the overall case is approved. And then there are review statuses, which are different. These are all visible in Compass KC to anyone, including applicants. The review status just indicates where staff is at in terms of reviewing the application. So a variance, to go with that same example, a variance application may be under review while it's docketed and pending BZA hearing, but the review of any materials provided could be pass or fail, which is the review status given for that type of thing. So you may hear some of these terms, and I wanted to try to clarify up front what is meant by those. And then I think you know some of this already, but as a refresher, there were 4 types of short-term rental applications in Chapter 88, the Zoning and Development Code. 3 of those were a type of zoning approval, type 1, type 2, and type, I said type 3, that's a typo. It should be type 2 year-round. So there was 3 types of zoning approval, and then after that, there's a registration, which is a type of permit. In Compass KC. STRs that were zoned residentially on property zoned residentially had to obtain zoning approval first, either in the form of one of those 3 types, type 1, type 2 seasonal, or type 2 year round, or with a special use permit, which again, we're not talking about that today. And then in the residential zone, after they got that zoning approved, they had to apply for and obtain approval of a registration. Once the zoning's approved, it's approved. It doesn't expire unless it was a special use permit that you guys put an expiration date on. But any of these administrative approvals, they don't expire once they're granted. The registration does. It expires annually and has to be renewed. If a property has a short-term rental on it, or someone's operating a short-term rental on a non-residentially zoned property, they only need the registration. So some of these properties are only needed registration, some needed both zoning approval and registration. And then very briefly in the new ordinances, so what happened is that I think most people know the City Council passed an ordinance on May 4th that repealed the STR language in its entirety from Chapter 88. The Zoning and Development Code, and placed new language similar but different in Chapter 56 of the Code of Ordinances. And in doing so, they put some language back in 88 that simply references where short-term rentals are allowed by zoning. All of the procedural stuff, the standards, the application process, all of those things we would normally have done to review them are now in Chapter 56. And because that's not the zoning code, that is administered by the Neighborhood Services Department now and no longer administered by our department. When the council passed that ordinance on May 4th, they passed it with an immediate effective date. So the applications that were still pending on that date, when the ordinance became effective, we lost our authority. Staff lost our authority to act on them. Prior to that, we had authority. After that, we did not. So we had a number of pending applications that existed on that date. And what we did is we had to close them out. Essentially, it was a housekeeping matter in Compass KC, mainly for transparency purposes, so that the public and the applicant didn't see an under review plan status or an under review status and think that we were still able to review it and approve it, because that was not the case once that ordinance was repealed. Okay, so what I'll do here first is, I guess I'll just very briefly go through this slide since it's Miss Duma's property, and then I'll let the chair, I'll let you decide what you want to do next after that, whether you want to hear from her or move on to the next property. This docket item 11.1 is the appeal for 1704 Jefferson Street. As you can see, the owner is MD KC LLC, but I do believe that's Miss Duma that's associated to that ownership. The alleged error based upon what was submitted by the applicant appears to be, they appear to be alleging that we did not meet the requirements of 88-321-04C when we switched their plan status to denial after May 5th. This is a segment of 88-321-04C. It does require us to notify them if we've denied their application, tell them why it's been denied, and then notify them of their right to appeal. Our response is that this section was among the various sections that was repealed on May 4th. So it no longer exists. So we no longer have that code to follow in the first place. So we don't believe that an error was made. With that said, the notices that were sent when the status was changed did identify why it was changed. It said because the code was repealed, and it did direct the recipient to where they could turn next to try to apply for a short-term rental under the new ordinance. So I'll stop there and turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair, and let me know whenever you want me to go on to the next property.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rexwinkles, do I need to admit this exhibit as exhibit number 13 in this case, or what's your thoughts? Okay.
Well, it's
Thank
actually
you.
already in there, isn't it, on exhibit 9, I think?
That is correct. It's exhibit
Okay.
9.
All right, thank you. All right. Kind of a complicated process here. And if I heard Joe correctly, we've got these cases, and then we've got more in August and more in September. Is that correct, sir?
Well, you just continued to today. There are several more that are pending that the application fee hasn't been paid, so we haven't docketed them yet. So, or at least they may have been paid at this point, but they weren't paid early enough to be docketed for this hearing date. So there likely will be more, yes.
All right.
And there's no staff report for each of these? Am I
Yeah,
missing?
there's not an individual report because the request is the same from everyone. So we just put it all in one report.
Which is the first one, Tom Stiller. On that first case, 11.1 has the staff report with lots of stuff in there.
Okay, okay, thank you.
All right.
And if it wasn't, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, along the lines of Ms. Moran, what she was stating earlier, if we did not attach it to all the other cases, then we probably should, because it probably should be an exhibit in all of them.
All right.
And we'll make sure that we do that.
All right. All right. All right, Ms. Duma. Oh, first of all, any questions of staff from board members? At least right now.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Gordons?
I have a question for Megan. Who's going to manage her? If she lives in San Diego, who manages her properties?
Tom, this is questions for Mr. Rexwinkle
Oh, I'm sorry.
for staff.
Yeah. Just for staff first, Tom. Then we're going to let Megan speak. Ms. Duma. All right. So, Ms. Duma, why don't you take the stage and let's hear. I'm sorry, someone else? Ms. Duma, it's your turn. Thank you.
Okay, so I would like to kind of split this as Mr. Rexwinkle spoke generally to everyone. I'd like to speak generally with respect to all of my clients and kind of catch you guys up on what's gone on procedurally and legally, because that is really going to make a difference in how you decide, I believe. And this is a statement that is probably going to take about 15 minutes just to catch you guys up, because there's a lot of facts and there's good case law in Missouri that says exactly what we have to do. But I want this portion to apply to all of my clients. So is there anything I need to do procedurally to do that? Am I allowed to speak for all of them right now?
I believe you are, Ms. Duma, because we called all the cases at one time. So yes.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I'll start by saying Mr. Rexwinkle left out a tremendous amount of information that's important for you guys to know. This all started back in on August 7th of 2018. Two of the applicants before you were literally the first and second people to make their applications to the city under the old 2018 STR ordinance. That's myself, MD Casey, and Steve and Barbara Mitchell, who are on the call as well. And with that being said, should we allow everybody else on right now so they can see, or should we wait to call them on an individual basis?
Anna, your comments on that?
Yeah, when it's time for public testimony for each individual case, we'll admit those individuals.
Okay, I just didn't want anybody left out that needs to be heard in any particular order. But yeah, so Steve and Barbara Mitchell and I were the first two to apply, and you'll hear our individual facts as we get through everybody's individual case. But my application and the Mitchell's application was pending for over 4 years and 9 months until this routine, and the city took no action on Steve's at all and reached out to me, as you'll hear. And then it was denied via this housekeeping mechanism that Mr. Rexwinkle was talking about. Well, we all know, and the city admits in their staff report, that there was a new law that was passed on May 4th, which became effective immediately that afternoon. And the new law, Mr. Rexwinkle said, was similar but different, where the STRs were allowed by zoning. They are completely different. It essentially outlaws any whole house Airbnb or short-term rental in a residential area. It also has a 1,000-foot density requirement for any Airbnb that's in an area zone business. So for these applicants before you, they did everything they were supposed to legally do in under the 2018 short-term rental ordinance. Now, when they got flushed in the housekeeping situation that Mr. Rexwinkle referred to, then they were never told of their rights to appeal. They were only referred to Matthew Keeney to reapply under the new chapter. None of these plaintiffs would be able to be a short-term rental under the new chapter. So the fact that the city did nothing for these people, even though they had a legal obligation under Missouri law to do so, and then denied them, and then tried to hide the fact that we had these rights to appeal, is literally mind-boggling. For 3 of the applicants that you're going to hear today, they received an email this morning at 8:45 after we were all prepared to go forward from Diane Binkley, saying that, oh, we need to take a second look at your application. We've been advised that we're supposed to. She's been advised that she was supposed to because it's the law in Missouri that when you have an administrative application, like the one that we had under 2018, the one Mr. Rexwinkle admitted was an administrative approval, so much so that they have to just keep going back and back and back. They're not really able to deny them because they don't have any discretion to deny them. It's administrative. And under Missouri law, when you have an administrative application, then you have to fill that application. You have to process that application, and it actually, under case law, creates a right to a right in the individual to have that permit or that registration issued. Now, I did submit case law on this point. One of the cases that I want to refer you guys to is a case called Stouch v. the City of Columbia Heights. Now, in that case, we talk about this property interest that is created when you have a ordinance that doesn't allow for any discretion. That's an administrative, ministerial type of, I call it checking the boxes and then rubber stamp. Okay, that's what we had here in 2018. And when you have something like that, it creates a private property right in the actual permit itself. And there is no discretion on whether or not you get to process it or you don't get to process it. And Stouch, that case specifically says, the property interest claimed by the applicants derives from the licensing scheme set forth in the code. Municipal ordinance can form a municipal ordinance can be a form of state law creating a protected property interest. To establish a property interest in the renewal of a license, the applicants must show more than a unilateral expectation of it. They must possess a legitimate claim of entitlement to it. One manner in which a state law can create a property interest is by establishing procedural requirements that impose substantial limitations on the exercise of official discretion. Now, can I share my screen, Anna?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to pull up the portion of, I'm going to see if I can move you guys over here.
And then I assume this will need to be admitted though, Ebbets?
Yeah.
Yeah,
we're
I mean,
gonna admit
it's
this.
already admitted because it's
Okay.
just a portion of the law. Like it's a portion of the,
Okay.
now how do I share my screen?
Button down at the bottom says share screen.
Yeah, okay, there you are. Share screen, thank you. And we're gonna go desktop one, share.
It's lighting up. I see it.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so this portion here is the 2018 short-term rental ordinance, page 43 through 46, 47, I believe. I don't think that's all. I think that's all we need. I moved this into evidence to show you that this is an administrative ordinance. There's no discretion. It lays out for the different types, as Mr. Rexwinkle noted, for the residential types, what they have to do, for the business types, what they have to do, for the type 1 and the type 2. And there's no discretion. It's not like a special use permit. We're not looking at whether a city employee has any say in whether this gets approved. It just gets approved. So I moved this into evidence because I think it's necessary to show that it's a ministerial ordinance. Now I'll stop sharing my screen if I can figure that out. Sorry, you guys. Zoom.
Should be the same button you used to share. It should just say stop share.
I can't see the whole thing though anymore. Like, you guys are Zoom. Maybe it's because
at the top of your screen.
It's you can see my screen.
Yep, whichever screen you're sharing, try hovering up at the top and see if that pull down menu.
Stop share. There we go.
There we
Okay,
go.
that brings it back. Thank you. I appreciate it. So and then we look at, okay, so here's what happened. These people ticked all the boxes. They did everything they were supposed to do. And the city is telling them they can't have their licenses. So what I have to do in order to preserve the record is, unless there's another way you guys want to suggest that we do this, or the city can concede this point, or this city planning and development can concede this, I have to go through one plaintiff at a time, and I have to lay foundation for every single document that they submitted. And I have to show you guys that it was in compliance with this law. And if I show you that, and under Missouri law, you are not allowed to not give these people their permits and their license numbers. So what's happened, this is all happening in real time. And I say real time because like literally I got an email from Diane Binkley this morning at 8:45, or my clients did, offering to go ahead and issue these permits if they would give her another month to look at them. Now, after having years and months and a lot of representations from the city that we were going to get processed or not responding to us, you'll hear all this on an individual basis. Quite frankly, I don't trust them. And we're in litigation in federal court now, because even though on May 4th, okay, the city council passed the 2023 short-term rental ordinance, right before it passed, or minutes before it passed, city council member Eric Bunch stated, well, of the 170 so of the applications that we have in the hopper, presumably we would process those under the 2018 ordinance. Now, it's important because under 2023, these people cannot get legal, and they did everything that was required of them. And the permits should have just gotten processed, and they should have a registration number in hand right now, because in the last 2 weeks, Airbnb.com and VRBO.com, those are the host sites, they have begun what's called a mass delisting process. And so VRBO is requiring for you to enter your registration number in order for you to continue to be listed on their website. Airbnb is doing the same thing. Airbnb set a deadline to have those registration numbers by September 15th. So if these applicants are not allowed to have a registration number because they got flushed under the 2018 short-term rental ordinance, but they did everything correctly, it would be completely unfair, contrary to Missouri law. And I have all this case law here that I summarized, and I'd like to submit it as an exhibit too, just so it's kind of like a brief. It's not, but it'll give you the law that I'm relying on in making your choice, in making your decision today.
All right.
So
We'll
with
admit that as exhibit 13 will be admitted, Ms. Duma. Thank you.
Okay, and I'll email it to Anna when we're finished.
And just for record keeping purposes, is this different than the case law that you submitted on Thursday?
It is. It's more. It kind of summarizes it more. I'll share what this document looks like. It basically summarizes like the case law, my arguments, and the Missouri law that requires for administrative permits like this, that you have to do it. That you can't get around doing it. B, that there's a property interest created. And most importantly, I guess I haven't mentioned this and I will now, is C, that once somebody applies and has everything done under the valid, and they've done it under a ministerial ordinance, the ordinance that they applied under at that time is the ordinance that it has to be processed under. And the city can't get away with doing a new ordinance, not telling anybody they have appeal rights, and then just trying to process it under the new ordinance. That's not allowed. And so this legal brief will help you with the arguments there. And see, there's one case I just wanted to briefly touch on. That's the email from Diane. I guess we'll submit this as an exhibit, and then I guess here's the case. No, that's not it. We'll submit this as an exhibit, and then we'll move into the individual docket numbers from here. So, and unfortunately, I have to just lay foundation for what was required, what was submitted, and then you guys can make your choice on a per client basis or per applicant basis. I would like to, and I don't know, as a procedural matter, close that opening statement and field any questions that I have from the board at this point, and then move into the individual applicants.
All right. Stop sharing your screen too. Thank you, Ms. Duma. So everything you've said so far applies to every single one of these cases that we're about to hear previously, yes, that you just said.
Yes, Chairman.
The next testimony will be with this particular case, maybe 11.1. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, not yet. Board members, any comments for Ms. Duma on the overall presentation for all these cases?
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm really confused about you made an application in 2018 for a permit. It sat there for all these years and you didn't do anything about it. I don't get that. I don't get what's gone on in the last 5 years.
Yes, I totally understand that. And I will reserve that to where we get into the individual cases. I didn't want to talk about every single person individually, but that will be explained on an individual basis.
Okay, because that doesn't make sense to me that an attorney applicant would just let something sit that they have a right to under the law, that they wouldn't go to court or do something to get that decision made. But if you're going to address it on the individual case,
I guess from a more general standpoint, the city was horrific at actually implementing or enforcing this ordinance. So when emails would get sent, generally speaking, and when there was follow-up, there was very little response from the city planning, and there was virtually no enforcement of illegal short-term rentals. They went to great trouble, and I think you might have even been a part of passing the 2018 ordinance, but they went to great lengths to make sure that the 2018 ordinance was enacted and that it was there, but then they just didn't have either the ability to enforce it or they chose not to enforce it. Then COVID hit and they were understaffed. So there were no enforcements happening at all. So many of my clients outside of the applicants just today had no idea that that there even was a short-term rental ordinance, let alone that it was that anybody was enforcing it.
Okay.
Okay. Let's hear about case 11. I'm sorry, anyone else?
Yes,
Let's hear about 11.1, Ms. Dula.
I do have a question.
Oh, go ahead, Stiller.
Mr. Bitt, do you have the email that you got from Ms. Binkley this morning available that we could look at?
I do. It was sent to 3 of the, I'll screen share again. And this is like, I don't know whether they just wanted to, I don't know why that happened today, but can you guys see my screen?
Nope.
Not yet. Oh, and will we need to admit this as an exhibit?
Yeah, we will.
I will admit it under the individuals who received it under their, like when I lay foundation for this document there.
Well, and presumably Mr. Rex Winkle can address that and explain it for us.
Oh, but are we not able to just take a look at it now?
Yeah, Megan, you're not sharing your screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
We just haven't got there yet.
There we go.
I'm having trouble with the screen share. I like in person better.
And we're just seeing the file folder. We're not seeing an actual document or an email or.
You can't see. Okay, let's try this again.
If you have multiple screens, you might be sharing just one of the screens versus the other.
Oh, there we go. You're right. Thank you.
And can you blow that up a little bit larger? Maybe I need to do it my side.
Yeah, let's see if I can. That help?
Yes, that did.
Yeah. Dated Tuesday, July.
So I can offer some explanation as to why she did this.
Wait, hold on. I'm going to admit that as exhibit 14. I'm not sure I need to, but I'm going to throw it in there because that's important information in there. Thank you.
Yesterday, I filed a 30-page. Has everyone finished reading it? Sorry.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yesterday, I filed. I guess I didn't explain to you guys that we're also in a huge lawsuit about this. You may or may not know about it, but after we learned that we were not going to be allowed to continue our short-term rental businesses for these applicants and all of my other 36 plaintiffs, this is their livelihood. Yes, I do have a license to practice law. I probably practice law 10 hours, well, not recently, but 10 hours a week. My main business is short-term rental, and I'm in Kansas City. I live in Prairie Village. My office is at 25th and Holmes, and I'm from Kansas City, Kansas. And so when this law changed, it literally took away my livelihood and the livelihood of my clients. So we filed a lawsuit trying to protect our constitutional rights, our property rights, and to try to get the city to actually do what they're now willing to do. So this lawsuit requests preliminary relief, meaning a preliminary injunction trying to strike down this entire law. And we've had briefing, very, very hefty briefing, and the city attorney is Brett Casson, and I don't know whether he's present here today or not. But in his brief, in opposition to my request for preliminary injunction, he basically told Judge Kays in the Western District, I don't know what she's talking about. She has an administrative remedy. All of her clients have an administrative remedy by virtue of being able to have their appeals heard. Now, what's so disingenuous about this is that all the communications from the city, you saw in that email that the blanket flush, that they could have said in there, you guys have the right to an appeal. They chose not to. And you'll hear from every individual that is before you today that every time they reached out to, whether it was Diane Binkley or whether it was Joe or nobody told them they had the right to appeal. So the fact that the city attorney, Brett Casson, is taking that position in front of a federal judge, and I'm here today, and the city is now taking the opposite position that we don't have the right to appeal, or that they didn't have to process these things, is it's boggling. And so when I get an email at 8:45 in the morning before we're supposed to go on to this hearing at 9 from Ms. Binkley, I do not trust it. I'm asking for you board members to do the right thing under the law and to issue these permits and give us license numbers. That way we can continue to operate, and you'll hear the evidence from individual plaintiffs for any objections or confusion any questions you guys are going to have regarding that.
So I guess
All right.
a question maybe for city staff or somebody else could respond. If there is a chance that these cases could be approved or there's a process still going, does it make sense to hear them today? If there's this communication between Diane and applicants of there's a potential approval, do we still hear these? Does that make sense?
I think you need to ask for legal advice on that. I don't know. But I would say the advice that city planning department was given after May 5th, when the ordinance was repealed, was that we had no authority to act on the applications otherwise. So rather than letting them sit there with an under review status, and there's a lot of public attention on these short-term rentals, and we were getting calls every day of, are you going to approve this? No, we had no right or authority. That was the advice we had been given. And, you know, sometimes things change, and I did not make those changes. I don't know what else to say.
Thanks, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Things are changing with the lawsuit. That's why things are changing. They're realizing that they didn't do what the law requires. That's why the law is really important here for you guys to look at.
Okay. I kind of echo both Randy's comments and Maggie's comments that this sat in here for 5 years, Ms. Duma. That's a long time to sit with no action by you who are in charge of a lot of these STRs.
Yes. So let's move on to my testimony then, if you'd like to start with me, and I can testify as to what happened.
So now we're going to go to 11.1, only applying to 11.1. Do you agree, Ms. Duma?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Let's go.
Okay, so what happened here is I was very active in the passing of the 2018. I testified at all the hearings. I was the first person to physically come in and apply at the city on August 8th. Sorry, I was the second. Steve was the first on August 8th of 2018. And I sat down, I went to city planning. I sat down in the office. I was the first one to use the computer system, and an employee there, and I don't remember because it was 5 years ago, helped me do my application. I let him know that this is kind of a triplex, but I can make it a duplex because I know that the law is not really going to, I'm not sure how it's going to work with a triplex or a duplex, but I was zone business. And he just basically said, oh, you should be good for now, because the system would not let me put in another address for a duplex to be able to enter it, so I could have 2 permits, 1 for each unit. And so he basically said, and I don't remember who it was, congratulations, you're the first one, you're the first one to get legal, and you're our first STR permit holder. I said, wow, okay, cool, thanks. I honestly was busier working in my business of renovating these historic homes than I was thinking about permits. So a year and almost 2 years passed, and I got until anything happened. Now, if my permit would have been issued like it was supposed to have been, I would have received an email from the city letting me know that my permit needed to be renewed. I honestly just thought that it was like a one-time fee or one-time deal, and I was done. But Diane Binkley did reach out to me in December of 2020. Let me make sure I have that right, and I'll pull up some documents. BZA. And she sent me an email. She sent me an email, or had her employee send me an email stating that my occupancy was unilaterally changed from a bed and breakfast to a triplex. And this is the, Okay, and I'll share again my screen. And this is that email. It was sent on, let's see, where's the date? December 31st, 2020. And said, you can read it, but it says, Diane Binkley has instructed me to email you that we've changed your certificate of occupancy. So I think there might have been, I didn't know why they did that. I was never living there, so it shouldn't have been a bed and breakfast, a traditional bed and breakfast. But I was concerned because I had been renting it out, believing that I was doing everything legally. And so I really wanted to figure out from the city at this point, okay, you guys, what do I need to do? So I asked to have a call with Diane Binkley, Sarah Baxter, and other city officials after this communication. And we can go ahead and enter this into evidence, please, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, that'll be number 15, exhibit 15. It's been entered. Thank you.
Thank you. And then that prompted this email chain where we set up a meeting. So as soon as I got communication from them, there was going to be a problem. It was Christmas or New Year's, but like the Monday when everybody returned to work, I set up a meeting with them so I could figure out exactly what I had to do. And that was back in beginning of 2021. Now we're in the height of COVID during this time. So like we're dealing with a lot of business interruptions and problems. We had a conference call and we discussed what I could do to get legal at this point because, or sorry, I was legal, but there was 3 units and I could only rent out under the old code 1 of the 3 units if it was a triplex. Now, if it was a duplex, I could rent out 2 of the units. But this property is a historic home. I spent over $1 million renovating it and making it an Airbnb. It's the reason that I came back to live came back to Kansas City to live. So on the 2 units, basically the city and the Diane or someone, I don't remember whether it was Diane or Andrea, somebody told me that if you just remove a oven and don't use the 3rd unit as a separate dwelling unit, then you should be fine. And I said, okay, but I was like, but I wanted to, let's see. Okay, I wanted to make sure that would work with the city. So I was trying to get somebody to come because they had said they would be willing to do it on the phone call, come out and tell me whether is this a 1 dwelling unit? Is it 3 dwelling units? Is it 2 dwelling units? But regardless, I just stopped using that 3rd unit separately shortly after all these communications. I never rented it out again because I thought that's what I had to do. Now I didn't go back and make Compass KC and continue to follow up. I figured they just didn't care and they weren't going to prosecute me because I got no communications from them at all. So, and although I continued to ask them, as you'll see in this email, can someone please come out? I have these dates available. I'd like to understand exactly what I have to do. No responses at all. And then until so the new law passed on May 4th, went into effect that afternoon. And I sent Ms. Binkley this email. Given the new STR regulations are going into effect, my property has been pending since August 8th, 2018 as the 2nd application ever made to be an STR and was functioning as an STR prior to the last set of ordinances. I would like to be assured that I will be grandfathered in. I've left a voicemail and email with neighborhood services contact for the last 2 weeks with no response. Please let me know the city's position so I can do what's necessary to keep operating. And she said that she sent me a letter regarding my certificate of occupancy, where we stated that your structure is a 3-unit apartment building. For that letter, I explained you'd be able to obtain approval for only 1 unit to be used as a short-term rental. Following, I do not see any records in which you applied for a single unit as a short-term rental. My application was still pending, and it was the city's job to administratively approve the application. It was not my job to keep following up with them so they could do their job. Nor do I see any annual registration on your part. So at this time, you will need to apply to the Neighborhood Services Department to determine whether you can obtain a registration under the new ordinance. And I responded to her as we discussed on the phone about removing an oven, making it a duplex. I sent you and the city attorney questions about the variance, see the email correspondence. I tried to set up a site visit so I could get the permit. No one ever responded. Just basically telling her what I told you. And I have gotten no response from Ms. Binkley since then. But of course, I filed the big federal lawsuit. I have 36 different plaintiffs in my lawsuit. And that's where we are. Now, also for my exhibits, I do need to enter in the fact that I did apply on August 7th of 2018. So if we could mark this exhibit 16.
Well, I kind of want to email admit that email chain too.
I'm sorry, did I miss that one?
As 16.
I apologize.
If it's part of that exhibit, that's great. But if not, your next one will be 17. So
okay, so this is 16, and then the next one is 17.
Yes.
And this just shows Compass KC screenshot. I took this when litigation was getting close, just showing that because they're deleting things from Compass, and I'm not sure I'll be able to get this evidence. So we had to preserve a lot of evidence in this case. The applied date is August 7th of 2018. And we'll admit that.
Yes.
And then let's see. I do want to show you guys that I took the oven out of the third floor. That was where the oven was. Based on my conversation with Diane, I removed the oven from the third floor when I stopped renting it out. And so can we admit that as well? Sorry.
Is the picture time stamped, Ms. Duma?
I believe it would be in metadata.
Okay. I'm not trying to dispute that you didn't do it, but it.
No, I mean, I stopped renting the third floor out over a year and a half ago. The oven we took out as we were looking at litigation.
All right.
Just hoping we could get legal and work with the city, but yeah, we took it out just so they couldn't say it was a third unit.
All right.
But we're never renting it out as a third unit. It was always the whole, like the second and third floor together. Okay, and then this is when we were denied. This is the screenshot of being denied on May 31st of 2023. And I've got the email from Andrew Clark. I don't think this had to do with Jefferson. It just had to do with another property. Okay, so we won't admit that here.
Nope.
I have a question, maybe city staff. What is the fee to apply for this permit? A short-term rental under the 2018 ordinance?
The registration was 270, or I'm sorry, the zoning application, I believe, was 271. And the registration, your first year, you didn't owe a fee, but every year thereafter was about 150.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I would certainly say if you guys are willing to approve my application at this point, I'd be happy to pay the back fees that I would owe for the years that I've been in operation. For this property, I'd also like to present the affidavit of my next door neighbor, Mike Brock. Mike and Ivy are my neighbors. And it basically says that they're in support of, I've been operating since April 5th, since before the 2018 ordinance was even in effect. That's important because I'll be seeking a legal certificate of non-conforming use. And that they have no problems with my STR, that it operates in a way that promotes public health and safety, and that I follow the rules. There's never been anything that's caused them any concern, that I am accountable and reliable in communicating with them, and I'm a good neighbor. And we really get along, and they like me because that house was on the brink of, being torn down by a developer because it's zone B1 in the west side. And I spent all of my hard work and money, over $1 million, renovating the property at 1704 Jefferson. If I had more time, I would have been able to get basically all of my adjacent neighbors' consent to the same thing. My neighbor to the north, that is on 17th Street, Noah Manos, he sent me a text saying, how can I help? And with 36 plaintiffs in this federal lawsuit and these 5 BZA hearings, I just didn't have time to get everybody's affidavits in, but all my neighbors really do support me and they want me to keep operating as a short-term rental. And this
They'll
is
be
just,
admitted as Exhibit 18, Ms. Duma. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay.
The last thing I just want to admit, this is just to preserve the record, is my affidavit in the federal case that explains all the facts and what happened. And this is just to preserve the appellate record.
All right, that'll be number 19 then.
Okay.
Thank you.
I guess I want to speak directly to Ms. Moran's question of why didn't I do more? And Ms. Moran, I guess I should have. If I would have known where I'd be now, I would have. I didn't because I thought that I had done what was required of me. And then I just kind of let it out of my mind and continued running my short-term rental business, practicing law part-time, and I have 4 children. So I, take care of them. I would have followed up more in hindsight.
All right. Again, Ms. Duma, you saw some correspondence during the height of COVID in late 2020, early 21. And after that, it just kind of died, it seems like, till just a couple months ago. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. And Anna, I see Ms. Binkley has lit up. Joe, your comments? Should we ask Diane to pop in here?
Yeah, you can. I think there's 2 things I would add while she's doing that. Very briefly, is that there was a statement made that we're deleting information from Compass, and that is not true.
Okay.
And the application that Ms. Duma filed back in 2018, in one spot on her application, she states there's 1 unit in the building, and then in another spot, there's 2 units. And that was never amended. So even though there was a lot of conversation back and forth, it was still unclear how many units were in the building. And we need to know that information to know whether she even filed the right application and whether we can approve it under the ordinance. Because like she pointed out, if it's a triplex, you can just have 1, but if it's a duplex, you can have 2. And if it's a 1 unit building, then there's different rules that apply to that as well.
Right. Thank you. Ms. Binkley, can I swear you in pretty quickly? Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you. And state your name again for the court reporter. Thank you, Ms. Binkley.
Sure. Diane Binkley, Deputy Director, City Planning and Development for the City of Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you. Would you like to make some comments, especially on the email that was sent this morning? Thank you.
Sure. So I just want to clarify, yes, we did send Ms. Duma a letter in 2020 that was very specific about what she needed to do to accomplish being able to have 1 unit within her building. There is a lot of correspondence going back and forth between staff, being investigation staff. Unfortunately, they're no longer here, in trying to bring her property to code and trying to get her to a point where she would be able to have a unit. To your point, that all kind of fell off post 2020 until recently when yet again, I tried to reiterate what was indicated at that time. So as far as the email this morning, as you can imagine, we continue to try to work forward always on all applications. Joe, I think, was very succinct and direct and explained why we did what we did when the Chapter 88 was repealed. At that point, we believed that we no longer had the right to review any applications under Chapter 88, because once the ordinance is gone, I don't know what you use, right? So we've continued to have conversations here. We do believe that there may have been, I think, 5 applications that were submitted prior to the ordinance being repealed. And so in an effort to try to take a look at those that maybe had the information at the time, then I did send out emails today indicating to those folks that maybe we would have an opportunity. We're not guaranteeing, I don't say in that email, I'm very clear that there may be an opportunity to approve those 5 applications. So again, we've continued to try to work to see through guidance of other staff here to see if there's opportunity to help some of these folks along.
All right. And Ms. Binkley, again, we're just talking about 5 applications, not maybe the 7 or 8 that are before us today. Is that what I hear you saying?
That's correct. It was 5 or 6. I'm sorry, I don't have the list in front of me, but that's correct.
That's fine. All right.
I had a quick question, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Ms. Binkley. So the 2018 applications didn't have an expiration date. You just would continue to work with them and their responses up until, whenever, barring an ordinance change. So it didn't expire. It was just there basically being worked on.
Right. And so it's not unusual for us to state we need more information. We're looking for more detail. And we wait for the applicant to submit that information and to try to move it forward. She's accurate. She did request for staff. I think she asked actually for the law department. That's who she had met with, Ms. Baxter, to go out on site. And that's highly unusual. We don't send staff doesn't go out to people's properties to do reviews other than inspectors specifically.
Okay, thank you.
Maggie, Randy, any other questions of Ms. Binkley?
No, thank you.
Maggie, I think you're muted.
And Ms. Binkley, just a real quick question for Ms. Binkley, then I'll let you go in.
And I think Ms. Moran had a question too. I think she was muted. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Maggie.
I was just,
sorry.
I mean, it sounds to me like if you think you might have a route forward on these, that we ought to wait for that rather than making our decision.
Yeah, and again, that was kind of a late decision on our part, and our apologies, as I stated in those emails to those individuals. I just wanted to give them the opportunity, if they didn't want to sit through this meeting and have this hearing, that we would, hold their case for 1 month and make the effort to try to get some form of a decision in that time frame. But again, that's up to you if you want to, and the applicant, of course, if they want to be heard. But if you all want to give them that opportunity to work with us, I'm committing myself to work with those individuals.
Unless she only made that to 3 of the 5 applicants today. And she did not make it to Sandra Swearingen, who had all of her documents completed and submitted before the law changed. She didn't make that offer to me. So I believe that to preserve all of our rights under law, we have to go forward. We've already called the hearing, and I have to present the evidence for my clients.
Okay.
I'll let Elward speak on whether or not if he thinks that the board has the right to continue your case.
Yeah. And Ms. Binkley, of the 11.1 to 11.7, can you at least share with us what those 5 or 6 cases are that you're considering on your side? Either the address or the case number?
I may be best suited to do that because I'm not, unless Diane, you have the agenda in front of you. I do believe, so here, I'll do the addresses, Diane, and then maybe you can identify if that's one that we send it to. The first one is an 11.1, of course, is 1704 Jefferson Street.
No.
The second one is 3903 Central Street.
Yes.
The third one is 4442 Harrison Street.
No.
It's actually 4442, Diane, if that matters.
It doesn't.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
The fourth one is 20 East 32nd Street.
Yes.
We continued docket item 11.5, so then the last one is 2 Jansen Place.
Yes.
So, Mr. Chair, it's docket item 11.1,
right,
and 11.3 and 11.4 that don't have such a email.
1, 3, and 5.
11.4 does, right, guys? 11.4 is
yes,
covered,
you're
I think.
right, it does, sorry.
Yeah, okay. Okay. All right. I'm just one board member, but Ms. Binkley has reached out to try to work on these particular cases. Ms. Duma, it's not in your case, 1704 was not one of the letters she sent out. So we probably do have to, at least I'm thinking we have to go forward with your case, but the other 2 or 3.
She also said that
those
she
might
makes
be-
no, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead, Ms. Duma. Go ahead.
She also said that she makes no promises that she can actually do anything. And given the city's delay of times 4 years, 9 months, in other cases, months, and then we're failing to respond, we still want to move forward and have you guys make the decision.
So I guess for clarification, go for it, Mark.
Go ahead, Diane. Go ahead. No, you're good. Go ahead.
It was Randy.
Oh, Randy, go. Go ahead, Randy.
To clarify, so if the board were to deny this appeal, would that then not allow these other cases that have the potential to be re-reviewed by the city? Would that just mean their case goes away if that happened to be the vote that it came to? Or how does that affect an outcome for their ability to be kind of processed in the system?
Do you want me to answer from a legal standpoint, or do you?
On city staff standpoint.
Okay.
Yeah, I do think that that's probably a legal question. I can't answer it.
And the law is really clear. Like, they had to, if everything was submitted, they had to approve these applications. This is not even the discretion of the board under Missouri law is that you have to approve these applications. And so if failure to do so, we'll get remanded. So if you guys vote against us today, I'll have to appeal it to a circuit court. I'll appeal it to Jackson County, and then Jackson County will apply the Missouri law that I'm going to submit to you guys in an exhibit, and then it'll get remanded, and you guys will be told to process the applications.
So can I request a closed session to get legal advice?
Brandy?
Yeah.
Just one more question.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to join you on that. And Ms. Dimmitt, you said a couple of times that they're compelled to approve the application. Aren't they compelled to approve compliant applications?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're clear on the language there, that they're not compelled to approve all applications, just compliant applications.
Just compliant applications. And for me, in my case, since we were talking about me, I should have at least had one approved, like the one application, because I was compliant for one unit. That should have been approved.
I understand. Okay, Randy?
And if I may make a comment on that, the problem was, as Joe indicated, the application did not request one.
Yeah, so it's still there, looking for clarification.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think it would be helpful for you guys to have the exhibit of the document so you guys can see the law. And I'll send that. Do I send it to Anna, or how should I share that?
Is this a new case law? Then what you
It's
submit?
a summary. It's the summary of Missouri law.
The summary, yes, just please email it to me.
I'll email it to you right now.
All right. Anna, do we have our attorney online that could go into closed session if we go there? I don't, there he is. I see him. Good.
Yep.
All right.
I would like to move the Board of Zoning Adjustment hold a closed session to discuss legal matters and legal advice pursuant to section 610.0211 RSMO.
I have a motion to go into closed session. Do I have a second?
Second.
Anna, please call the roll.
Gorant.
Tom said he was having issues. He's trying to connect.
He's on.
Okay.
Gorant. Oh.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Stiller,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. And Ms. Binkley, can you come stay with us after we come out of closed session? I appreciate you staying with me a little bit longer. Thanks again. Thank you. Thanks. All right. We're in the closed session. Be
Well,
sure
we
to
can-
mute your. Go
Will
ahead.
we get a new email for that or just use the link we were sent before? Okay.
Use the link previous. Yep. Everyone just got an update.
Previous one. Okay, thank you. Be sure to mute Zoom. Okay. We'll wait for the recording to start up and then we'll come out of closed session here in just a second. All right, I will entertain a motion from board members to come out of closed session. Randy?
I move the board come out of closed session pursuant to section 610.021 RSMO.
I have a motion on that. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Stiller. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Stiller,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Epic.
Aye. So we're out of closed session. Ms. Duma, this is a complicated process, as you know. And this board, even after some legal advice, we see the city, in some cases, wanting to resolve this. And maybe not in your case yet, but we do see positive support from Ms. Binkley, who's way up in the city staff support system. So we've taken all the testimony from you on all the cases. And then we took testimony on 11.1, your particular case on the 1704 Jefferson Street address. So, of course, I defer to the board, but I would think that the city staff may be able to resolve this before our next meeting on August 8th. And for us to act on each individual case today, I think is presumptive. We had a case with McDonald's restaurant on Main Street that we deferred for 1 month for allow things to happen. And they came back to us today, but unfortunately we only had 4 committee members. So moving cases or delaying our decision for 1 month is not uncommon with this board, and sometimes even longer. So I'd like to hear a few comments from you, and then I will entertain anything from my board members. Ms. Duma.
So Chairman, literally as we sat here, I just got an email from vrbo.com requesting the permit number before they do the mass delisting, which is destroying my business. And this particular property makes about $210,000 a year, and it has made a lot of money in previous years. And the enforcement is imminent with respect to this mass delisting.
I thought it was September 15th, Ms. Duma. You stated that in your testimony.
That's for Airbnb.com. I don't know what it is with VRBO.com. They work differently, but half of my income comes from VRBO, half of my income comes from Airbnb. Also, I'm out of country on August 8th with my husband and 4 kids. And so I won't be able to represent myself or my clients until September at the September hearing. And that is a very close, tight window frame to be able to get the resolution that we need. When we've got all of our boxes ticked, I forgot to mention that 1704 Jefferson is zoned B, so it didn't have to do any of those zoning requirements. I don't think the city objects that I did everything that I was supposed to do as far as what I submitted. I sat in the office and submitted it with a city member. I would ask for my 2018 ordinance to be issued, my 2018 permit to be issued, and to get that registration number. If they want to try to delist me for any reason, they can. If I'm breaking the law, they can do that. But as I sit here today, the ball was in the city's court and they didn't do what they were supposed to. I'd ask for relief from the board for myself and for my clients. My clients are afraid of this delisting. They're afraid of having their livelihood taken from them. This is how they make their living. And so waiting or punting the relief that we need is really important. And I've also asked a federal judge for that same relief. So we just need help now.
Ms. Duma, do you know the relisting process? Is it the same as when you've originally listed your property?
I've already submitted under chapter 56. The property at 1704 Jefferson will not get a permit under the new license because there is a existing Airbnb or a short-term rental hasn't been going as long as mine, but it had a valid permit in place that abuts my property and we're friends. And so because of the 1,000-foot radius density requirement, I won't get a permit. And I have already applied, but only to get rejected.
Under chapter 56. Yes, Ms. Duma.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. I just heard, I mean, again, Ms. Binkley did not offer any promises on anything, but she did express an opinion that she'd like to get this resolved. And if it gets resolved before our before our August meeting, then you may have your license by then on these 7 or 8 property, at least the ones that we've talked about today. 3 of them seem pretty, it's yours that's a little bit in question, whether it's 1 unit, 2 units, or 3 units. I know you made that modification, Ms. Duma, but yeah.
I would just say that with respect to my other clients that are on the call today, well, first, Ms. Binkley does not make any promises or even have the opinion that she wants to help me. That needs to be on the record. So you'll leave me stranded. That's your choice if that's what you want to do. For my other clients, there's no question with them. They are all, there's four of them left that have been sitting here listening to this all day. They are slam dunks. So I would like to just get them through and get their permit so they can sleep. I don't trust the city. I don't trust Ms. Binkley after what's been going on. And the communications, the lack of communication, the lack of enforcement, the lack of responses. I can't bet that for my clients.
You've got a lot of legal processes going right now, Ms. Duma, don't you?
I've got a tremendous, and they intentionally scheduled this, and I'm not even sure it was noticed properly for neighbors and things like that. They intentionally scheduled this on a day where I had a 30-page document due to federal court. They're trying to overwhelm me. It's not going to work. So I'm here fighting the city.
Right.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Yes.
There's been no intentional of anything. The city planning department does not know when things are scheduled with the law, with the courts, with any of that information. As you know, we have a schedule. Someone makes an application, we receive that information, the staff places it on a docket. These individuals made their appeal. They paid their fee, and that's why that group is on here. There's a number of them who made appeals who have not paid their fee. Therefore, they have not been docketed and may be docketed at a later date. So for Ms. Duma to continue to make statements about my integrity when I have worked with her and sat with her, and I'm not going to trudge up all of the things that we dealt with on her case and the months and months and months and years of dealing with her issues. So I would really just prefer that we try to keep this at a professional level. We have not done anything to try to overwhelm her. We have just done our job and tried to move this forward.
Right.
Thank you.
Chairman, I need to respond to that, please. They did not do their job. If they did their job, we wouldn't be here.
Ms.
And
Duma,
I want you guys to know.
Productive to the conversation. I think you also had a right or a responsibility to submit or follow up on your applications or resubmit your applications over a 5-year time frame. I think if you're saying that some of these cases are a slam dunk, I think giving the city staff another month to review them will help make that process easier and hopefully reduce some of this other litigation on your other end and making sure people can operate as they are looking to do so. But I'm only one board member, but I think I trust the city staff's process and what they're going through right now to review these cases, and I would be open to continuing this another month.
I'm inclined to agree, and I think we're at a point where we're just doing tick for tack, and that's not productive. So to that end, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Stiller.
I would move that the board continue this hearing until the September 12th hearing to give Ms. Duma.
No, Mr. Okay.
To give Ms.
I'd
Duma a
rather do,
chance.
I'd rather do August 8th.
Ms. Duma will be
Even
out.
though Ms.
out of
Duma's not
country.
here, I know, but it may resolve itself like some things do. Some of these may go away, Tom, or Mr. Stiller.
Well, not
Of
if
course, you've got a motion. I can't say anything, so
she
sorry.
needs to act on that. And I just don't want to get us in a spot where we have the same complaints that we're moving forward with. So I would offer that for the 12th, to be sure that Ms. Duma does have a chance when she's back in the country. If she needs to handle something in person, it can be done. So that would be my motion.
All right. I have a motion to continue this to September 12th. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, I didn't hear whoever
Moran,
said that. Who
second.
was it? Moran. Thank you, Miss Moran. Anna, please call the roll.
Gorence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Stiller,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Nay. Okay, so Ms. Duma, we've continued this matter to September 12th to give you and city staff a chance to try to resolve these cases that you said are kind of, some are slam dunk, some not much. And we'll see you then. And all I can say is have a nice vacation with family and friends. Sorry. All right. Which to our lunch break.
Mr. Chair,
Anna,
it looks like we only have one case remaining.
yeah,
Would it
you're
be
right.
acceptable to proceed with that case before taking a break?
Which
That's allowed by city?
I leave it to staff and board members.
Let's finish.
Yep, I agree.
Okay.
All right. Is that okay with you, Anna and staff? We okay for another few minutes?
Yep, we're good to go for one last case.
Okay.
Okay, calling docket item number 12. This is case CD-BZA 2023-00067, a request to approve a variance for the platted setback and any other necessary variances on about 0.26 acres, generally located on the northeast corner of Summit Street and West 51st Street. The site is addressed 630 West 51st Street. The applicant is Eric and the property owner is James. This is your time to, oh, I see the property owner. Uh-oh, hold on, it's moving too quickly. Mr. Hickok has been connected. They are the property owner. This is your opportunity, if you're a member of the public, to also raise your hand in Zoom to provide public testimony. We've got Mary, Julie, Eric, you need to accept the promotion. They are part of the applicant team. Brendan. So, Mr. Chair, for just for record keeping purposes, Mr. Hickok is the property owner. Eric is the applicant. They are part of the applicant team. And for public testimony, we have a Mary, Julie, and Brendan. There's also someone that's listed as Zoom user. I'm going to ask you to change your username to your legal name to help with the promotion process. Or identify yourself when you swear under oath.
Okay.
That's it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so people interested in this case, please raise your right hands to be sworn. And then I'll ask for your name and the I do or I don't at that point. So do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Let's start with Mr. Hickok. State I do or I don't, and your name. We can't hear you, Mr. Hickok. I'm sorry. Is your microphone on? Anybody else?
Eric.
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hickok. Let's keep going.
Sorry, that was Eric Efforts. Sorry, say your full
Efforts.
name.
Efforts, right.
Mary.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I do. James Hickok.
Mary.
Mary McLean, I do.
Julie.
Julie Donnellan, I do.
Brandon.
Brendan Donnellan, I do.
Which one? Studio?
Everyone's sworn in, Mr. Chair. Oh, Zoom user, please, your full legal name.
Dorothy Anderson.
That's it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Of those people who just responded, are you in support or opposition? And Anna, would you call the names again just to see who's in support or opposition? Thank you.
Mary.
Yeah, on that page, I think it's on the last page.
Mary.
Opposition.
Thank you.
Julie.
Opposition.
Brendan.
Opposition.
And Dorothy.
Opposition.
Thank you. We'll give you a chance to speak here in a few minutes. Mr. Hickok, there is a listing of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 as part of your case today. Do you have any problems with us admitting those to hear your case?
No, please do.
Okay, thank you so much. Part of that is a presentation by city staff. And Stephanie, tell us about the case today.
All right, so we got docket item number 12, CD-BZA 2023-00067 on 630 West 51st Street, zoned R-6, and the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the platted setback and any other needed variances. So the subject side is over on Western Kansas City, kind of in the middle. This is an overview, is right on Summit and West 51st. So a little bit of background. This property used to be one whole lot with the house right north of it. And the owner split this lot so he can build another home over here. So this is the site plan. Lot number 2 is the subject site we were talking about today. And then this is a more zoomed in version. So this red dotted line is the proposed setback. And it will also be here on this side as well. Right now, the platted setback is the black dotted line, which is at 30 feet. And then this red shape I put on there is just to show the buildable area if the setbacks for the front and side were to be approved. Okay, next slide. So this is right now the current situation. So there's the home and then the open area down here is that new lot. Here is the edge of the lot. So the 15-foot variance to the front platted setback is the first variance. There is a variance of 15 feet. So there will be a change to the character of the neighborhood, but also the current 30-foot platted setback doesn't allow enough room to build a home that will comply with the context area. And for the second requested variance, again, is also a 15-foot variance to the platted setback. And again, there will be some change to the character of the neighborhood, but also the platted setback does not allow enough room to build on there. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Stephanie.
Mhm.
Board members, do you have any questions of Ms. Stephanie? All right. Mr. Hickok, why should we approve your request today, sir?
Yes, sir. Eric actually has a PowerPoint that he's gotten together that would really help everybody see exactly what we were envisioning and the reason for the request.
All right. And Eric, we'll admit this as Exhibit 10 in your case today.
Perfect. Give me 1 second here. Can you all see my screen okay?
We can.
Okay, so I guess, we don't need to go through introductions. I should say we do. James is currently the builder. You just heard him speak.
Mhm.
He's not the current owner. I'm the current owner of both properties. I've got Wolfgang Trost on here, and Wolfgang is my architect. I also have my real estate agent, Brian Fleming, on. I think he's on here, so they may weigh in here as well. But what we wanted to do, and I think, we've kind of touched on the review of the current site. So we wanted to talk about the site plan. And then obviously, what we're seeking, but we wanted to get into a little bit more detail there. Don't think I need to spend too much time here. I think that we just kind of covered this, but my existing home is here. And then this is the property on the corner of 51st and Summit that we're talking about. And then Stephanie touched on this as well. So this shows the variance, not just on 51st, but the variance that we're seeking as well on Summit Street. Any questions about that so far? Or maybe I should just keep going.
Yeah.
You're good.
Okay. So I'm just going to go through these bullets. Hopefully these will make a little bit of sense. And I guess, we could probably hold questions for after. But we're seeking approval for a requested variance of the front setbacks, both 51st as well as on Summit Street. The request, the front setbacks, the adjustments, both south and west front yard setbacks, they're designed for the opportunity to really provide a better architecture and design possibilities. And in a few minutes, I want to have Wolfgang Trost speak to some of those. But the idea is really curb appeal. It's appreciated in this amazing part of the Kansas City area and may require some projections and recesses with depth and shadow that enhance and complement the aesthetics of the overall neighborhood and area. So we continue to explore various options to provide a quality home environment in this. Again, this is a very special neighborhood in this special corner lot. Many corner lots often reduce the options available to arrange the house footprint. In many cases, the backyard is reduced or compromised. So I wanted to point some of those notes out. And then also the wish is to provide the current home, which is my existing home, really kind of a setback from 51st Street and reasonable space and reasonable space and open south facade that currently has a home front entry. And, I know that we've got several folks from the neighborhood on. The idea would be to also build modify my existing home which currently faces, again, 51st Street to face Summit Street. So I know that a lot of people, as they have driven by, a lot of questions that have come up, they've asked me how's this possible that you would be looking into a future home. So the idea is definitely to reface my house to face Summit Street. So hopefully that that answers a few of the questions that may come up. Let's see. At
And our
this
plan
time,
really was to make sure, like, from both sides, because it is on the corner and it's coming into the neighborhood, is that we have curb appeal on the Summit side and we have curb appeal on the 51st side. My family has history in this neighborhood, and my great-great-grandfather, Napoleon Dybel, built a lot of it. And it's important to me to stay within the neighborhood's feel and vibe. And I feel like having the curb appeal on both sides would really anchor the neighborhood in a positive way. It's not like we're trying to come in and build some monstrosity. We want to build something that, fits in with the neighborhood. Sorry, Eric, continue.
No, appreciate that, James. Just a few of the other bullets too that you'll notice here. There's the possibility, this third bullet, it's a fourth bullet, possibility to save the existing tree that's on the west of the property. There's going to be some reviews of the tree that would need to take place with an arborist health review, and hopefully we can save that tree and maintain its longevity in the process. And then we're currently requesting that the front setback variance to allow the garden terrace design, and we'll get into that in a minute, the option for some house footprint adjustments. And then lastly, you see there the need for providing an attractive project that is sensitive to the history, as James just mentioned, and the quality of the area. Let me go to the next slide. Okay. So these are the current setbacks.
Wolfgang, can you hear us? Can you get on this thing? Can you speak? I know he's here, I think. I just want him to kind of explain this part. I feel like he really, had a part in this as our architect.
I can't currently see all of the participants, attendees on the call, but
Mr. Chair, I have promoted Wolfgang, and we need to admit the applicant's PowerPoint presentation as exhibit number 10.
Thank you. And Anna, I think there was a Brian, a realtor, Mr. Hickok. Did he want to speak, or Mr. Efforts? Does he want to speak as well? You had him on your witness list, so to speak.
Yeah, Mr. Efforts and Mr. Hickok, they're part of the applicant team. They're the ones that have both been talking during this PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, there was another person that they spoke to earlier.
Yeah, Brian's just here as the agent. He doesn't really need to speak.
Okay, that's fine.
Wolfgang and
yeah.
All right, Mr. Wolfgang, can you turn on your camera and microphone, and I'll swear you in.
Wolfgang, you're still muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Do you have a camera, sir? Can you turn that on?
Let me see if I can figure out how to turn the camera on here.
Perfect.
If I don't see the symbol for it, sorry, I'm not familiar with this.
It should be at the bottom left corner.
Bottom left.
Mhm.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Excellent. Thank you.
All right, there you are.
All
So,
right.
sir, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Please state your name again for the court reporter.
Yes, my name is Wolfgang Trost, and I'm an architect here in Kansas City.
Thank you very much. And the PowerPoint will be admitted as exhibit number 10. And Mr. Efforts, did you want to have Mr. Wolfgang speak to us about something? Go ahead.
Yes, please.
All right. Yeah, the last comments were about having a little bit of breathing room to allow for a little bit of architectural character to the home. If the home is, if the footprint is reasonably tight, and in order to have shadow lines and a little bit of architectural possibilities in terms of, we're still discussing architectural style, but to be able to start a design process and maybe do justice to this corner, this is really the primary reasons we're asking for BZA to allow this variance to exist. And I think we have some exhibits coming up that show some attempted floor plan inclusions into the site, and maybe we can be a little bit more clear about discussing our goals. We want to comply with all of the infill rules and all the KCMO guidelines that are critical. And as James said, he and the whole team really are intent on doing a good job and really make us a quality signature statement here with this corner property. We want to fit in well, and we're just asking this variance to allow us to not have just a flat facade, you know, where we're scrunched up so tight that we are forced to have minimal offsets. And most of these offsets may be allowed through Kansas City, Missouri ordinances relative to terraces and porch overhangs and things like this. But so this variance, however, is going to allow for the footprint to kind of slightly bulge, whether it's bay windows or box bays, out into this zone, excuse me, into the zone that we're requesting. And so maybe let's go on to the next exhibit, please.
Yep.
So we looked at a number of floor plans that are currently being built throughout Kansas City and preferred by current clients, where they have, you know, master suites. And this particular property and this particular owner that's really would like to have ground level master suite. They really don't want to rely on the elevator. And so they're, you know, really asking for an opportunity to do a proper project so they can retire in this location. Let's go to the next exhibit because we show different plans. And each of these little orange or darkened zones in these different plans just illustrate where we're wedged in tight. And these are just infill houses in existing neighborhoods where they have, you know, 80-foot lots, 100-foot lots. And, you know, they're looking for their normal setbacks on the sides. But in this case, we're somewhat squeezed in. And so the following plans also show where we're, again, compromising kind of lifestyle furniture layouts and functional floor plans. We can move with the next slide, please. And it just continues where we explore, you know, smaller projects, narrower projects, and explore different ways to access garages, you know, be it, you know, Summit or other opportunities. We're not completely clear what all of our opportunities are, but we're currently hoping to get the access from Summit to the garages, because the 51st Street facade is really intended to be a more formal, more architecturally significant facade. That's the front of the home. And the next exhibit, please. Just kind of, this is where we just graphically saying, you know, please allow us a little bit of flexibility to the south and to the west. The next exhibit, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to add too, because I don't think I didn't clarify this up front, but the original property we wanted to split so that the line would come all the way across right here.
Mm-hmm.
But the way you see the sewer, water, gas that come out of my existing front door, and they come underneath this property. So the only way to make this work is we had to create this extra little flag lot to run the lines down along my driveway. So that's why this is the way it is. And that's another reason why, you know, we're asking for the variances is the overall lot here was compressed. So I just
and it really blankets us on our opportunity to build a normal sized house that we feel comfortable with building in this area. And we think that it's important to be able to maximize that at least, and also to just have a somewhat of a backyard so that we, you know, don't limit what we can do.
Yes, in the previous exhibit that showed just the setbacks, I think Kansas City, Missouri has a 25% to lot depth rule. So for R6, so we're actually currently 25-foot setback rather than 30. And so we have somewhat gained a little bit if this is correct. So, and that's for the south side, that's the 25% front yard setback rule that KCMO has. in their guidelines. Then this is just a concept sketch, an early concept sketch for a theoretical, lifestyle. We did want to include just some landscaping that is complementary to the existing streetscape. We're trying to preserve the green screen that is currently there, with the intrusion into the property from Summit. It needs to be done well with some good architecture. So there's going to be some investment made with gardens and gardenscaping. The south side, which is the right side of this document, shows kind of a sunken courtyard, which was primarily going to be a terraced garden, allowing daylight to come into the lower level, making the lower level a little bit more productive, which allows us to not do too much on the second floor so that we can maintain a lower profile and less obtrusive to the neighbor to the north. So really the social space that you see there on the northeast will not have a second floor, so that kind of allows this particular plan to not intrude very extensively onto the neighbors. And the opportunity to create a little bit of second floor up is primarily in the corner, the southwest corner, over kitchens and other areas. So, over the, service areas. But anyway, I'm rambling. So maybe there's another exhibit. Yeah, this week we're just exploring, we don't know what architecture, traditional, transitional, but our client really is interested in just making sure it's a good project. The offsets, that protrude into the requested setbacks are going to be maybe an entry, maybe the master bedroom pod, maybe a little bit of the garage. And this is primarily going to be caused by the success or not success of saving the big oak tree, which would maybe force the garages to shift a little bit. We can go to the next exhibit. And then, there's a stone wall on the Summit side. There's power poles and power lines. And we understand that, we're not going to change that, but we do want to enhance or make sure that the entry into the property is still quiet and in good character with the existing stonework and the stone walls, and that we maintain kind of a green screen thicket landscaping. So, and hopefully the house and as a backdrop will be, we don't want it to be overly intrusive to the corner. We just want it to look really well in this location. The next exhibit. Yeah, just the existing condition. You can see the tree, which of course is the sad part about these trees. When they reach close to 80 years or whatever the age is, arborists find that they may not have that much long. They have to check the roots to see if there's any root rot, things like that. So, but we thought it would be wise to make an effort. We still think it's wise to make an effort, so that's why we made that point, that maybe if we can, then we can shift the house, but the only way to shift the house successfully to do this is with a variance. And so prior to investing tremendous amounts of time designing, this is why we're here early, to seek your approval and to seek everybody's understanding as to what we're trying to do and why we're asking for this variance. And you can look it down the street, hopefully, we got this part of the neighborhood is blessed with lots of greenery, lots of space. There's no sidewalk on our corner. And we feel strongly that we're really not going to disturb the character of the streetscape at this area if we are given a little bit of leeway on the setbacks. We can move on. Yeah, so that's it. I'll gladly answer any other questions.
All right, thank you.
And I would just say too, I included a last slide in here. So I certainly have not spoken to every neighbor in the area, but several of the neighbors that I did speak to, I talked to them about the plan, and they were good with the application. So I've included those folks on here. Just wanted to note that as well, and that's actually an exhibit that is tied to the application now.
Okay. Mr. Efforts, it looks like you've got some close by neighbors who are supporting you on that, so that's probably a good thing.
Yes, I do. That's a great thing. And just for the record, you know, I am part of the HOA committee, so I'm the vice president of the committee. The president, Wes Grammer, is on here as well. He's listening in. So yeah, it's good to have support.
Okay, thank you for that.
You bet.
Board members, questions of the applicant or his team?
One quick qualification there, Mr. Efforts. Are you speaking personally or for the association today?
I'm speaking personally. The HOA is a voluntary HOA. So, you know, about 25 to 30% of our the community doesn't participate in it for various reasons. But I certainly don't speak for the HOA for this matter. I'm just bringing that to your attention.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
But we do have Wes on here if, you know, you need him to say a few words.
I have a question. Oh, sorry, Anna.
And just to clarify that there is no registered neighborhood or homes association tied to the subject site.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you.
I
have a question, Ebbets.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Mr. Efforts, is the intent then you own this property? Will you then, or you have, or will be selling this other piece, or will you continue to own both properties at the site?
It's a good question. My intention is to sell the property.
Myself and Eric will be partners on the deal, and we will sell the property once we are done with construction.
Thank you.
And Mr. Hickok, to be sure, you're talking about selling the proposed new site. Mr. Efforts will stay in the existing home that he's in today. Am I hearing you correctly?
Correct. Yes. And I will be doing the construction on both his house and the corner lot.
Right. All right. Anyone else before I ask the other people to speak? Hearing none. Miss Mary, I'll start with you first. Tell us what your concerns are today.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. We live across the street from the subject property. Our house was in one of the photos that was shown, and we certainly appreciate the Efforts family as neighbors. Unfortunately, we first learned of this variance request from the mailed notice. At that point, we looked around for the posted notice and found it tied to the back of a tree behind a row of bushes. We were disappointed in the placement of the notice, which in our opinion did not indicate a good faith effort to notify neighbors. We are understandably nervous about the trust us approach of the applicant. Pursuant to Chapter 88, a variance is intended to address situations where enforcement of a regulation would cause practical difficulty or unnecessary hardship. We don't believe these criteria have been met because Mr. Efforts' own actions have created the problems he now seeks to resolve. The proposed variance would create a significant negative impact on both traffic safety and the character of the neighborhood. Fully aware of the code constraints, Mr. Efforts replatted his property to create a second lot in his front yard. The proposed variance would exacerbate the impact of construction on the character of the neighborhood by placing a new house close to the street. It would also block visibility at a busy intersection, creating a safety hazard. The safety issue is critical because our neighborhood does not have sidewalks and sees significant pedestrian traffic, including walkers, joggers, kids, bikes, and dogs. We would ask that this variance be denied and Mr. Efforts resolve the issue by either one, replatting the property to incorporate more of the land to the north in front of his own house, Or if that's either not possible or not desired, simply letting the builder construct a more modestly sized house that conforms to the existing setback requirements. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Ms. McLean. I appreciate that. Miss Julie, I had you next on the list, Julie Donnellan.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. And just to echo what Mary said, appreciate Eric and his family as neighbors, have enjoyed serving on the HOA board with him in the past. I want to point out first that Wes Grammer, one of the proponents to this change listed on that sheet, is Eric's brother-in-law. They are both on the HOA. The HOA, while voluntary, is active, and we all contribute money to upkeep the neighborhood. So the islands there, the street, we have several islands that need to be maintained through grass, and the streets with snow and ice, because as Mary mentioned, it's a thoroughfare specifically for Pembroke School and people going to Pembroke. So there is a lot of traffic, especially during school season. And then during summer months on that street, on 51st Street, there are lots of people that go up to Luce Park, which is about 3 houses down from the proposed site. So there are lots of pedestrians in that area. As part of the HOA, we've discussed in the past actually putting speed bumps in there and have not been successful with that because people tend to speed down 51st Street. People go from Warnall down to Ward Parkway as a cut through and often speed down a very windy road with bikers, with pedestrians, with families and dogs. I would say it's misleading to characterize that the close neighbors are supportive. Not on this call, and I'm assuming only because they didn't receive the notice in a timely manner, is Irma Starr, and I know her son who lives across the street from us, who I know are opposed to this project. Irma Starr sits directly to her home sits directly to the east of this proposed project. It would drastically change the scope of the neighborhood or the landscape of the neighborhood. If you look at that street, I have it up on Google Maps, all of those houses down to Pembroke have that large front lawn. So it would drastically change that. I think Wolfgang Truce described it as being wedged in tight in his comments in describing the project, if I heard that correctly. It's inconsistent with the homes on the street and the character of the neighborhood. And again,
You muted. Hold on. Come back, Julie.
sorry. It's a very dangerous intersection because of the high traffic, no sidewalks. And by putting that setback to just 15 feet, it would just create an even more dangerous situation for the neighborhood. So I will conclude with that, and I would ask that the proposal be denied.
Ms. Julie, I've got a quick question for you. I think, I'm not sure, of course, but I think the driveway today is on 51st. The driveway in the future would be on Summit Street, which is not as busy as 51st is. So maybe they'd be taking some traffic and some danger off of 51st.
I would not say that based on what I have seen. That's not what's causing the danger. People speed down there and then they get to the corner where it becomes curvy. So it's not there. The setback where it is currently allows for you to see who's coming, and removing that and pushing it forward would create an obstacle or a barrier to those speeding cars going by and pedestrian safety.
Right. Okay, well, thank you for your testimony.
Oh, can I also add the other thing that you said, that it's proposed to be on Summit, and actually that wasn't, there were a couple options given. One where the driveway is on 51st Street and another where it's on Summit. So I don't believe that it's firmed up on which side it would be on.
Right.
I can address that question if you like. So the city granted the ability to have either 630 West 51st Street as an address for the property, as well as 5065 Summit Street. So it does have the ability to have 2 access points. I think the idea is to have the driveway off Summit Street, because I agree, the traffic through 51st Street is at times, cars are going a little fast. And I think as an HOA, we should probably, take the opportunity to address some of that with, I know, like you said, Julie, we've had some talks about putting in some speed bumps to alleviate some of the traffic, at least the potential speeding traffic.
May I also weigh in or comment a little bit?
Real quickly, I need to get the two other people.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the sightline considerations as well put, very important. So we will definitely make certain that intersection from Summit to 51st has excellent, good sight lines. So that's a good comment.
Just one other comment. I would say that the HOA, I can't remember if I mentioned this, HOA was not notified about this. We have an active group. We actually have a company, Homes Association of Kansas City, who distributes information, has an email list for all of the individuals within the home association. We were never notified about this and provided information about it to be brought in on this project or this change.
Right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I comment on that?
Yes, go ahead.
So this property has no registered HOA or neighborhood association. So if they are not registered, then they will not get a notice.
Perfect. Thank
My
you.
comment was just that Mr. Eiferts and his brother-in-law, Wes Grammer, are the chairs and vice chairs of that association. So I would think with their involvement, at their high level involvement in the HOA, that they would have done that in order to bring the community in on this.
Well, there's actually been several.
Gentlemen, ladies, gentlemen, stop. Thank you. We need to move on to other testimony from Brad and
Dorothy and Brandon.
Yeah, thank you. So let's go with Brad first, I think. Is that right? And then Dorothy.
It's for the record, it's Brendan Donnellan.
Sorry, Brad. Thank you.
Obviously related to Julie, that's my wife. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to add a couple of comments on the character of the neighborhood. Every house up and down 51st Street on both sides are relatively large homes with definitely large front yards as a part of their structure and appearance. We're talking probably 100-foot, 90 to 100-foot length yards before you hit the front of the house, at least on the north side, and probably 60 or so feet for the homes on the south side. As you go around the corner on Summit Street, those homes are going to be, I believe, probably at least a 30-foot setback, at least all the houses that are sitting there. So as beautiful as this house might be, or how well it's designed, or how gorgeous it is, it's still going to be this house sitting in essence, what appears to be a front yard with only a 15-foot setback on the corner. And you just can't get around the fact that grossly changes the character of the neighborhood. There's just no way to avoid it. And I don't care what kind of landscaping you do or how pretty the design is, it severely alters it. And you can only probably appreciate that if you come out and actually walk on the street. When the lot for sale sign went up, I want to say back in the beginning of the year, I didn't know what it was referring to. I thought it was literally referring to a lot that was 2 blocks down and up the street that was for sale, where they'd taken a house down. And I thought, oh, they just put the sign out here on the busy street to call attention to it. It was only months later than somebody said, no, dude, they're talking about building a house in this front yard, which is in essence what's happening here. This is no different than pick your block on Ward Parkway with 4 large homes with 4 large front yards, where one of the homeowners wants to basically divvy up his lot and build a house on it. And while I appreciate the entrepreneurship behind it, I can promise you, give me a week, I'll go get 20 signatures, no problem, because I have talked to all the neighbors around this area about this, and they're all just as shocked as we are about it. So that's really all I have to add to what's being said already. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our last comment, who's that, Anna or Stephanie?
Dorothy.
Dorothy, could I have you come online and tell us what your concerns are?
My concerns, I mean, I love the efforts and we're friends. My concern is the safety. I mean, I kind of walked it. And I don't know if in the future they plan on putting sidewalks, if that's even an option. But we live right next door to the west, with Summit being the dividing street, and a lot of the 51st traffic. I mean, there's no parking on 51st. So a lot of times people park across the street from our driveway. And you can't really see, people whip all the way around, and I have young kids. Unfortunately, we live on a corner, so that's just a part of it. I just get concerned about people being able to see cars coming through and what the traffic would look like if you have if they ever were to put walkways or do anything, how that would affect basically being able to get around to the park, and a safety thing, because people are always walking.
Okay. Thank you, Dorothy. Board members, do you have any other comments? I thought I'd point out to Mr. Hickok and Mr. Efforts that we've seen significant opposition today. I don't know whether you'd like to perhaps delay your case for a month to try to get and Mr. Wolfgang as well, trust, in order to get with the neighbors in a meeting of some sort to maybe come up with a proposal that would be satisfactory to everybody. Again, that's just a suggestion. If you want us to go ahead and vote on your case today, we could do that too. But I've just seen a lot of opposition today, and Mr. Brendan Donnellan said that, he's got 30 or 40 other people that he could muster up, but maybe you could get with him and Julie and the rest of them to try to make this palatable to everybody. And maybe it's not palatable, I don't know.
Sure, I think I speak for Eric and all of us that's probably a good idea. Eric?
Yeah, it's, I guess, a little disappointing to hear, but I totally can understand and appreciate everyone's comments today. So happy to have a conversation and, continue the case. One thing that we also thought about is, we're requesting 15-foot variances. I don't know, and I still don't know, does that mean that you get 15 feet or nothing? Is there a way to maybe compromise where we can shorten the distance a little bit and all agree on, a certain amount of variance? So that's something that I think we'll have to take up.
Right. Neighborhood support's very important to this committee, and we've seen people kind of in this situation and come back a month or two later and it's all hunky-dory. So would you like to have 1 month or 2 months? What would you need, do you think?
I would say 1 month.
Yeah,
okay.
We can't get set back more than.
Our next meeting is August 8th. And everyone who gave testimony today, thank you very much for that. And hopefully you and the owners can get together and get some resolution and make things work for everyone's satisfaction. And with that, I'd entertain a motion to move this case, continue it for 1 month with no fee.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Somebody, board member?
So moved.
Thank you. Ms. Mixdorf, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Barnes. Anna, please call the roll.
Gorence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Stiller,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye. We'll see you in a month, everybody.
Yeah,
And,
thank you guys so
thank you
much.
again. Sure.
Thanks for the time. Bye.
Sure.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. We appreciate it.
All right. And with that, I'll pound the gavel and I think we are done. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll see you next month.
Thank you. Have a
Thank
nice
you.
one.
Bye, guys.